Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 assembly chamber, sound, assembly chamber, sound, assembly chamber, sound, assembly chamber, sound.
Speaker, the proposal by Commonwealth Games Northern Ireland that it will stop using the Northern Ireland flag is deeply political and is totally unacceptable to the DUP. To remove the flag of our country from such a high-profile squad representing Northern Ireland would not be a neutral act and would damage community relations. The Northern Ireland flag, known as the Ulster banner and to many as the Ulster flag, has been used by Northern Ireland teams at Commonwealth Games for many decades, as well as in many individual sports, including football, golf, darts, snooker and netball. In all these sports, we see people from all religious and community backgrounds ready to compete under the Ulster banner when representing Northern Ireland. Any proposed change is overtly political and should be left to elected politics. Within this political institution, the Assembly, it is a fundamental principle that cross-community consent is required to make any change on controversial matters such as those contained in the FICT report. In the absence of consensus on alternative arrangements, then the current arrangements should continue. I know that certain people within Commonwealth Games Northern Ireland have been pushing this issue for some time, but there is no political mandate for CGNI to impose their own change on national representation. CGNI operates under funding from Sport NI, which is accountable to the Department for Communities. Communities Minister Gordon Lyons has written to the Chief Executive of CGNI stating, "For the avoidance of doubt and to reiterate on the guidance which you have sought, the Ulster banner should be used as a flag for Northern Ireland athletes at the Commonwealth Games, including the upcoming Glasgow 2026 event and all future competitions." End quote. For those who question the official status of the Ulster banner, it is indisputably established by custom and practice as the flag of Northern Ireland. We refute the suggestion that it is a controversial flag. Against the Red Cross, which has represented Ulster, it includes the Red Hand of Ulster, a six-pointed star for the 6 counties, and a crown signifying our place within the United Kingdom. Given that the British monarch is the head of the Commonwealth, that can hardly be deemed controversial for Commonwealth Games. Northern Ireland only takes part because it is part of a Commonwealth nation, the United Kingdom. We will continue to speak against and to oppose this proposal. Keep the Ulster banner for teams representing Northern Ireland as it always has done.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, today I wish to once again mark Less Survivable Cancers Awareness Week for 2026, both as Chair of the All-Party Group on Cancer and as a personal survivor of one of those less survivable cancers, esophageal cancer. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as a volunteer, I will be making 5 new esophageal cancer patient calls this week. This is an important opportunity to raise the awareness of the 6 less survivable common cancers. They are lung cancer, liver cancer, brain cancer, esophageal cancer, pancreatic cancer, and stomach cancer. I invite the Assembly today to note with deep concern that these cancers account for a significant proportion of cancer deaths and continue to have some of the poorest survival outcomes. We should further recognise that despite the impact, less survivable cancers receive disproportionately a low share of cancer research funding, limiting progress in early diagnosis, treatment and indeed survival. So I want to acknowledge the work of the United Kingdom Less Survivable Cancers Task Force in representing those affected by these cancers and highlighting the urgent need to close the research gap. I want to recognise the importance of high-quality cancer research undertaken across all regions of the United Kingdom, including here in Northern Ireland, working to improve outcomes for patients and supporting innovation within the health system, particularly the work at the Johnson Cancer Research Centre, Queen's University. During Less Survivable Cancers Awareness Week, it's important to highlight research activity and to engage patients, charities and researchers, and less survivable cancers receive just 19% of research funding, despite causing 40% of all cancer deaths. So today, Mr Speaker, I call on the Health Minister to work with his executive colleagues, the Department of Health and our academic institutions to ensure that cancer research funding is better targeted towards less survivable cancers, and to address the long-standing inequalities in research investment to improve early diagnosis and support the development and treatment that ultimately saves lives. Finally, Mr Speaker, I want to congratulate you and the Assembly staff for choosing Macmillan Cancer Support for the Assembly's Charity of the Year. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, yesterday's statement by the Justice Minister about the dispute with the Criminal Bar Association was timely. It was full. It was accurate. I think it was important. Unfortunately, it gave no solutions, and I have a real fear that there's a standoff now between the Bar and the Department of Justice, and the only people who are going to suffer in regards to that are victims. And I have a real concern that the Executive's flagship programme, Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, is now going to be irreparably damaged if we don't take action in regards to this quickly. And we can talk about the Chloe Mitchell case, it's incredibly important. We can talk about the Natalie McNally case, which is very close to my heart, which is also incredibly important. But I met with the the Director of Public Prosecutions on Friday, and he informed me that crimes of a sexual nature, sexual violence and domestic abuse have gone up 60%. 60%. And a lot of them would be heard in the Crown Court. And now they're not going to be. And that's just going to increase as the days, weeks and the months go on. And we really need to come up with a solution to this. I already raised the issue about non-fatal strangulation with the Director of Public Prosecutions. If we remember, hundreds of these cases of non-fatal strangulation were being heard in the Magistrates' Court with a maximum sentence of 2 years, where actually they should have been heard in the Crown Court with a maximum sentence of up to 14 years. Because we all know a little bit of extra pressure on the neck, hold it a little bit longer, and non-fatal strangulation suddenly becomes attempted murder or even murder. And that has now been changed. So non-fatal strangulation will be heard in the Crown Court. Now, to me, that's a success. But without the Crown Court sitting full capacity, none of these are going to be heard. So what are the solutions? And yesterday I thought the questions were good. I thought the Minister gave fair and accurate answers, but no solutions were given. And we need solutions to this very real problem. What are the solutions? Well, if you look at this, we can give extra powers to the Magistrates' Court, increase their sentencing powers, allow them to hear these cases. Or secondly, allow the cases to go to the Magistrates' Court for trial, but sentencing happens in the Crown Court. So none of these cases lose that power to give stiffer sentences. What is really needed, Mr Speaker, without a shadow of a doubt, is we cannot sit on our hands and complain about small minutiae of things that are not really important here, when actually victims, survivors, witnesses are going to suffer time and time again over an industrial dispute that should have been dealt with months ago. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Crossan.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to talk about our health service. The state of our health service is no longer just a crisis, it's an absolute failure, and a failure of this shambolic executive to get a handle on it. The cost of that failure has been felt every day by families right across our communities, and as MLAs we hear about those real challenges each and every day. Poor access to care has severe consequences. Late diagnosis, delayed treatment and overstretched services are directly impacting on outcomes, particularly for cancer patients. When people are diagnosed late, treatment is more aggressive, more traumatic and far less likely to succeed. This is not just unavoidable, it is the result of systematic failure. What makes this situation even worse is the lack of accountability in our health service. When things go wrong, no one seems responsible, families cannot get answers, complaints go unanswered and lessons are not learned. Communication is often poor or non-existent at the very moment when people are frightened, vulnerable, desperate for clarity. That is just poor administration and is totally unacceptable. This is not abstract to me. Over the Christmas period, Mr Speaker, it's a difficult time for a lot of people. I lost a very good friend, Pat McLaughlin. He was diagnosed with cancer and survived only a few short weeks, passed away surrounded by his family on Boxing Day. His family were robbed of time they should have had, and his story is a stark reminder of the brutal reality of late diagnosis. Today, as I speak in this House, another good friend of mine, Martine Ward, aged 62, is being laid to rest. Martine fought this illness with courage and dignity, but she too has been taken far too soon. Her family are burying a loved one today, and sadly they are far from alone. And on behalf of this House, I offer my condolences to her son Adam and the Ward family. Constituents now tell me they are anxious about going to hospital, anxious about overcrowding, cancelled appointments, being left waiting without explanation, anxious about a system they no longer trust to be there when they need it most. That fear should shame those responsible for running our health service. This may be blunt, but unfortunately it is very much the reality on the ground. So let us be clear, Mr. Speaker. The system is in disarray. It is a shadow of its former self and all that the NHS was designed to achieve. Staff are exhausted and demoralised, holding together a broken system through sheer dedication, while political leadership has failed to deliver the reform and urgency required. It is not acceptable. The Executive has had years to act and has failed for years to do so. Behind every delay is a family living with fear, and behind every late diagnosis is a life put at risk. Accountability cannot be optional. Time is critical. Action must be swift in order to save lives. The people we represent deserve a health service that saves lives, not excuses from this Executive that is clearly not delivering on this issue. They need to be honest with the people about whether they're up for the job or not. This Executive needs to stop dithering, needs to start delivering, and less fights over flags. And let's see this place actually fight for the health service and for our people that are affected each and every single day.
Thank you
very much, Mr. Speaker. The prospect of Northern Ireland going into the Commonwealth Games without a flag due to the politicking of the local Commonwealth Games Association amounts to outrageous interference in a settled position. The Ulster banner has proudly represented us at the Games since 1934. Why change it now? The simple fact of the matter is that there is no equivalent with broad consent and which is recognised across the world as a flag symbolising Northern Ireland. Whatever spin some may seek to put in it, the reality is that the world associates the Ulster banner with Northern Ireland in the very same way that the red dragon is a symbol of Wales. It is the flag under which generations of athletes from Northern Ireland have competed, won medals and been recognised. Furthermore, it recognises the agreed position under the Belfast Agreement that Northern Ireland is and remains part of the United Kingdom. Moving away from a symbol which beautifully marries distinctly Irish and British symbols is an attack upon that constitutional reality. Finally, I want to take this opportunity to remind the House that in many sports, athletics, boxing, cycling and a host of others, sportsmen and women must compete under the Irish tricolour at the Olympics. Tellingly, none of those who have been vocal about binning the Ulster banner have had much to say, if anything, about that inequality. This morning I lodged a motion on this issue in the Business Office. I would encourage those who share my concerns on this issue to sign my motion, or indeed put down your own, and I will be happy to support it and sign it. It's time for the Commonwealth Games Association to leave politics to the politicians, and that the Ulster banner must continue to be used as the flag that represents Northern Ireland athletics. Thank you very much.
Stephen Nunn. I rise today to address an issue that affects every community right across Northern Ireland, and that is road safety, and highlighting the tragic year that we did have on our roads last year during 2025. According to the figures provided from the PSNI, 57 lives were lost on our roads last year during 2025. While this represents a modest reduction compared to the previous year when 69 lives were lost during 2024, each of these deaths is a real tragedy, leaving a family devastated, lives cut short and communities left grieving. One death on our roads is one too many, and sadly 2 lives, as well as the life of an unborn baby, has been lost this year already in 2026, just days into this current year. What is particularly concerning is the continued vulnerability of pedestrians, cyclists and young drivers, and too many lives are being lost due to speeding, distraction, drink or drug driving and simple lapses in judgment and concentration. These are not abstract statistics or figures. These are often preventable tragedies and real lives. Road safety is not solely the responsibility of government or enforcement agencies. It is a shared responsibility. And every time any of us get behind the wheel, we all have that duty and sense of responsibility. Whether it's crossing a road, setting off on a journey, we all have choices to make that can either save lives or cost them. And I do want to acknowledge the work of our emergency services, who often have to deal with very tragic circumstances upon arrival at road safety incidents, and also the work of road safety partnerships, community organisations and groups such as Road Safe NI and other road victims groups as well that are scattered right across our country, for the work that they do tirelessly all year round, educating and enforcing and responding often in very difficult circumstances. So I do thank them for their commitment. However, more must be done, and we do need to see further investment in safer roads infrastructure, improved road design, better road maintenance, lighting and targeted education campaigns for young and new drivers as well. And enforcement alone is not enough. Prevention must be at the heart of our approach, and I know the Executive did agree the road safety strategy to 2030, and this rightly recognises that progress depends not just on enforcement but on education, engineering and ongoing public engagement. And as we move through 2026, it is worth noting that the associated Road Safety Action Plan for 25-26 has yet to be published, despite assurances that we did receive from the Infrastructure Minister on several occasions that it would be published in the summer. As we remember the 57 lives lost last year, the most meaningful way to honour them is through renewed commitment to safer roads and to effective policy, and doing all we can to prevent more families from suffering the same tragic loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and if you'll indulge me for a few moments, I'd like to acknowledge the birth of my recently born son, Ethan McReynolds. Ethan was born just a few short weeks ago and has completely changed the lives and thinking of my wife and I. On behalf of both of us, I'd like to take this opportunity to put on record my thanks to all the consultants, midwives, nurses and staff at the Ulster Hospital and the Hollywood Arches Medical Centre in East Belfast for their input and expertise over the course of the last year and her pregnancy. I'd also like to thank party leadership and colleagues who have greatly helped us over the last while with the changes that have come before us as a family. Mr. Speaker, friends told me recently when they first met Ethan that late 25-26 is a pretty scary time to welcome a child into the world, and they were right. The manosphere is a thing. Men and toxic masculinity like Andrew Tate, Tommy Robinson and HS Tiki-Taki are platformed for the next generation to consume, and their views seen as normal and commonplace. My wife and I want to raise Ethan in a way that is loving, empathetic, forward-looking and compassionate, for him to always help others, be the best that he can be, and ultimately to respect women while doing so. This is so important in this day and age, given the Wild West that is social media, where anything goes in the name of so-called free speech, but lack of respect. The disturbing scenes we now see coming out of America every day as men, women and children are rounded up and removed from society, or most recently with Renee Good, who had links to Northern Ireland, murdered in cold blood just days ago by masked ICE agents, and a US president who represents the hatred he has emboldened, alongside a vice president who has suggested ICE going door to door to check residency papers. History is now repeating itself. Mr. Speaker, we are a small country, but we continually punch above our weight. We in this Assembly have a year and a half now to make a difference to the lives of everyone here in Northern Ireland and newborns like Ethan. Let's do just that and embrace positive politics, showing leadership and not waste time that we have left to make a difference to everyone here in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Christmas is a time of warmth, home and togetherness, as families are united and the busyness of life subsides for a brief moment. Sadly, however, the Christmas period is often a time of great tragedy within our communities, and unfortunately this year was no different. The sudden death of Mr. Callum McVeigh from my constituency following a work-based accident on Christmas Eve has left a family and a community reeling with shock. Callum was a talented young man in many respects, but he was best known for his abilities on the football pitch. having played for Killalay, Knockbreda, Ards and Linfield Swifts. The tributes paid by these and rival clubs over the past few weeks have been a testament of how well respected Callum was by all who knew him. A member of the Loyal Orders, Inch Flute Band and formerly Hollymount Pipe Band, Callum was heavily involved in these organisations throughout his teenage years and into his 20s, and was liked and admired by all who knew him. This tragedy has really touched so many individuals across the local area, in part due how involved Callum was in community life. The McVeigh family, well known in the Crossgar area, faced unimaginable grief as they laid their eldest son to rest on the 29th of December. Few of us could even begin to contemplate what pain and heartache they have experienced since Christmas Eve. There is one, however, who knows it all, and I know the family will take great comfort from the fact that Callum's Saviour, the Lord Jesus, is able to bind their broken hearts, and they can rest in the knowledge that Callum, as a young lad of 21 years of age, at a gospel tent mission in Cumber, put his faith and trust in Christ and is now with him, which is far better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That brings to a conclusion members' statements. I have received notice from the First and Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement. I call the Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to make the following statement on the 44th Summit of the British Ireland Council, which the First Minister and I attended on the 4th and 5th of December 2025. The summit was hosted by the Welsh Government in the Vale Resort, South Glamorgan, and heads of delegation were welcomed by the First Minister, Elnud Morgan. The UK Government delegation was led by the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, the Irish Government delegation was led by the Taoiseach, and the Scottish Government was led by the First Minister. The Government of Guernsey was represented by the Chief Minister, the Government of Jersey by the Chief Minister, and the Isle of Man Government by its Chief Minister. A full list of the principal delegates is attached to a copy of the statement which has been provided to members. The theme of the summit was a creative future, unlocking the potential of the creative industries across these islands. The plenary focused on discussion of the development of the screen sectors in each of the member administrations. The Council discussed the importance of the sector to the creative industries, both culturally and economically, as well as the opportunities and challenges faced by the sector, and efforts by administrations to support the industry and those working within it. The discussion provided us with the opportunity to highlight the positive, creative and economic impact that productions such as Dairy Girls, or as I would call them, Londonderry Girls, Game of Thrones, How to Train Your Dragon and Blue Lights have had, putting us on screens across the world, boosting tourism and our economy, and inspiring pride and telling our story. We spoke about sustainability, well-being and diversity in the sector, highlighting initiatives such as NI Screens Creative Industries New Entrant Programme, which widens access to the industry and has a strong focus on those from lower socio-economic backgrounds. We also discussed the importance of collaboration, citing the legendary legacy project of Studio Ulster, also legendary, as a transformative investment and exemplar of partnership working. The impact of innovation and technology was raised, particularly in the context of nurturing and developing talent, as well as the need for governments to work together to attract investment and address shared challenges such as rising costs and market uncertainty. Council members briefed colleagues on significant developments within their administrations and reflected on a number of domestic and international topics of mutual interest. Addressing the recent budget, we welcomed the removal of the two-child benefit cap and increase to both the minimum wage and living wage. We expressed concern, however, about the decision to freeze income tax thresholds and stressed the need to support business, workers and their families. We also highlighted the pressures faced particularly by our business community. We advised of the Executive's plans to set its first multi-year budget in over a decade, providing our departments with certainty needed to plan on the longer-term strategic basis and creating the conditions to drive transformative change in the delivery of public services. In addition, we highlighted the importance of economic growth in improving our public services, a challenge faced by all British Irish Council members. And finally, we spoke about the opportunities for collaboration between governments in the delivery of key infrastructure and in areas such as cybersecurity and energy security. The Council noted that the next BIC Summit will be hosted by the Government of Guernsey in July 2026. Mr Speaker, that concludes our statement.
Cancorlia, and thank the Deputy First Minister for the statement. Deputy First Minister, you've highlighted the global impact of productions such as Dairy Girls, Game of Thrones and Blue Lights. Can you confirm that the growth in the creative industries remains a key strategic priority?
Thank you. Look, absolutely. The growth in our creative industries and the development in our creative industries has really been such a success story for Northern Ireland over the course of the last 10 to 15 years. The fact that Northern Ireland could attract such a big HBO production such as Game of Thrones really shows how well we are doing in that global marketplace in terms of attracting investment. We want to build on that, though. The amount of money and investment that comes with these big productions has enabled the development of this sector, not just in terms of studio space, and quite frankly we've got an absolutely world-leading studio space now through that investment through the region and city deals in Studio Ulster and other facilities in Northern Ireland. But we've also got a lot of talent that have got that experience, everything from set design, clothes design, makeup for film production and TV production, right through to all of the logistical aspects of that as well. So I think a lot of people don't realise how wide it is in terms of the number of different roles, the different types of skills, and we've really developed that. So this is a really interesting and exciting opportunity for Northern Ireland, but it's also a really interesting and exciting opportunity for young people who want to get into this industry. And when you get those skills, it means that you don't just get the opportunity to work here in Northern Ireland, but of course those are skills that can travel globally as well in terms of working on productions all over the world. So it's incredibly important for us here.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister, and I'm incredibly proud of the creative industries here in Northern Ireland. I think we punch way above our weight in many aspects of it. And when you're talking about the ambition that we have in Northern Ireland and unlocking the potential, a lot of that starts really in our own communities. It's our own community facilities that help us grow that creative industries and drive our economy. I'm really concerned that we are cutting support for that lifeblood of our creative industries. We've had a number of arts sector organisations that have been closed down in Derry in recent months because of lack of funding from Good Relations funding and also from the Department of Communities. 70% of all creative arts council funding goes to the Greater Belfast area. What are we going to do to create regional balance in growing that real potential that we have here in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Okay, thank you. I thank the member for her question. We've got an incredible third sector and community sector and social sector here in Northern Ireland. I've said it before from this position, but I truly believe that we have actually got one of the best, if not the best, third sector anywhere in the globe. And that hasn't come about by accident. That has come about because of that investment over a very sustained period of time, both from the UK government, the government here in Northern Ireland, but also, of course, through some of those big international funds, should that be from peace funding or US funding. And that has all really supported our third sector. But our third sector would not be what it is without the incredible talent and hard work that we have across communities right throughout Northern Ireland. And I know that at times things can be quite fiscally difficult. Of course, the demand will always outstrip supply, and we do try our best to try to support as many organisations as possible. I am aware of the particular challenges that you have referenced in terms of the ending of that funding. That I've received correspondence on that as well. But I think the key thing is to try to mainstream as well that sense of creativity, that arts focused within not just Arts Council funds, but also through the funds that we supply through our Together Building United Community, TBUC, through Urban Villages, through Community Relations Council, through our Race Relations funding, and indeed through even ending violence against women and girls, because we know that actually focusing on a number of those types of activities and group activities in that space can be something that is really useful and helpful as well. So, I think we are seeing a good commonality across all of our funds, but you're absolutely right. I know that organisations do need additional support. We want to sustain that support, and it is an important pipeline as well for young people then to come in to these types of careers that we really want young people and need young people to come into.
Mr. Speaker, apologies I was late for the start of the speech, and thank you, Deputy First Minister, for your statement. It seems like it was a really positive meeting, and I think it's exactly what the British Irish Council should be meeting about. I suppose my concern is that we are competing as well as collaborating, but we are competing across these islands, and I'm just wondering, much of the statement does relate to future-proofing the sector for the future, and that will require investment, and I'm just wondering if you can provide the House with an update on the Investment 2050 strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, at the moment, the investment strategy is under active consideration. There's been a number of key developments, including the opportunity for a 4-year capital budget that needs to be fed into that process. The Finance Minister put out some proposals for consultation. The member will also be aware that part of the challenge that we have about capital investment is that the tail of delivery on capital investments is such that much of the capital that we have and will have over the next 3 to 4 years will be spent on projects that have been announced 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And that's a challenge because, of course, any administration and this executive has ambition. We have our own priorities in terms of what we want to do. So I think it is key taking a look at how we can use that capital investment in the best possible way, and also how we can maximise that investment. The member has also raised, I think, a very important point, and it is one that we raised in terms of the plenary session at the British Irish Council, which is the need for us to collaborate and not to compete with each other. On a previous British Irish Council, we looked at renewable energy and green technologies, and again, I think that is a very similar sector where we should not be competing with each other by developing and building similar facilities across different parts of the UK that are then subsequently competing for work, but instead we should look at a complementary and a supplementary approach to this. We highlighted Studio Ulster. That's been a huge investment through that city, the region and city deals, but of course that is unique at the moment across these isles. That is at the cutting edge of technology. I don't confess to understand all of the details of what it can do, but the potential is huge, and we should be hopefully using that on a global scale to attract those big investments. But of course we don't want to be competing with other parts of these islands with the same facility. So I think it is incredibly important that we continue to collaborate, but also that these types of forums like the British Irish Council are ideal for that, not just for the plenary, but for all of those bilaterals and discussions that happen around it.
Well, Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Deputy First Minister's statement, and in particular can I thank her for showcasing and highlighting Studio Ulster, not just because it's in the heart of my constituency, but the funding for that was secured under the Confidence and Supply Agreement by this party. On Sunday, the global premiere of the Seven Kingdoms, the precursor to Game of Thrones, will take place, and that puts Northern Ireland once again on the world map. Your statement, Deputy First Minister, references market uncertainty. One of the greatest market uncertainties is for our car dealerships here in Northern Ireland as a result of the Windsor framework supported by parties opposite in this chamber. The National Franchise Dealers Association have made clear jobs will be lost if changes are not made. Can you outline what representations you made to the UK Government that we ensure that car dealerships here in Northern Ireland are not another victim of EU overreach?
Thank you. I thank the member for his important question. I think firstly it is critical that every member of the executive, but indeed every member in this place, that we do take every opportunity to be champions for our industries here in Northern Ireland. That includes our creative industries, that includes Studio Ulster. The investment in that will only be realised if we are able to really showcase that, to promote that there's an awareness about that internationally, and indeed then that we secure those contracts coming in. But he has rightly also pointed out that there's a number of challenges to our economy, and that includes some of the continued uncertainty, but indeed the barriers that continue to be put up in terms of the Windsor framework. One of the big benefits in relation to British Irish Council is not just the plenary sessions, it's not just the topic of focus, it's the fact that we are able to have a series of political bilaterals, not just with the other devolved regions and nations such as Scotland and Wales, and we had bilaterals with them, but also with the Prime Minister. And that was an opportunity for both the First Minister and myself to raise a wide number of issues. And we took the opportunity, and I took the opportunity to raise this particular issue with the Prime Minister of GB registered cars. There was a commitment from him to take a look at this issue. He will be aware of further developments and considerations by the UK Government to try to deal with this issue. I believe that highlighting that directly to the Prime Minister in early December helped try to get that moving. I understood that a paper had been circulated to Cabinet Ministers and that hadn't moved. And I think raising that directly with the Prime Minister hopefully helped to get that decision moving. But it does show the benefit of having that direct engagement with the Prime Minister on issues of importance here in Northern Ireland.
Dr. Aiken.
Indeed, Deputy First Minister, first of all I mean to make a declaration of interest as member of the British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly Committee A. And I note from your statement there was discussions about energy security and cyber security as an area that we're looking at. Deputy First Minister, when you had the opportunity, did you raise any of the concerns that has been expressed by many by the lack of security that's been shown by the Irish Government in looking after our critical national infrastructure, which includes cables, gas pipelines and particularly our cyber links?
Thank you. I thank the member for his important question. These are very relevant global issues for every jurisdiction, but including for ourselves, the UK, and indeed these isles. The British Irish Council is the opportunity of bringing together not just those nations and regions along with central government from the UK, but indeed all of the isles around the British Isles, including the Irish government. So it's a good opportunity to raise these issues. We had bilaterals not just with the Prime Minister, but indeed with the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. I think he goes by a different name at the moment, but effectively that role that he plays. And we did raise this particular issue, and we raised it also with the Taoiseach, particularly in relation to underwater cables and the threats that we are seeing with that in terms of a global security issue. As I said, look, the last BIC was on green and renewable energies and technologies. This was on the creative industries, but I took the opportunity at both of those to raise energy security and the broader security issues. I do believe actually that technology can play an important part in this. For example, I visited a very good company in my own constituency, Camlin, who do an awful lot of pipe security and using technology to check on the security of such cables. I think there's huge potential with that in terms of our defence requirements as well. So look, I urge the Prime Minister and indeed CDL to seize the opportunities of those emerging technologies, but also raise the importance, critical importance, especially in terms of coming through Storm Owen, and again seeing in a real way how important even electricity security is, never mind energy security and other issues are, to absolutely everything that we do.
Anya Murphy.
Colleen, I'd like to thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement this morning. Minister, in reference to your comments on the multi-year budget, would you agree with me that the budget settlement from Westminster is grossly inadequate and it falls far short of what we require in order to deliver high-quality public services for everyone?
I thank the member for her question. I think that the multi-year budget process presents a really good opportunity for all of us to try to secure something that really builds the foundations for growth for Northern Ireland. It builds those foundations for stable, positive and good public services, and we should seize that opportunity. I think that the member is right in that there isn't a significant amount of additional money to go towards priorities, and that is why that I have urged the Finance Minister to take a look at each of those departmental baselines. So what happens within the budget process is that in every process we tend to roll forward with the baseline that existed in the previous budget period. I do believe that the hundreds of budget lines that sit within those baselines do need to be rigorously examined, particularly in terms of prioritisation, in terms of efficiency, in terms of trying to drive down waste. We need to look not just at how much money is required, but how we are using that money. Because of course this money represents taxpayers' money. We have an obligation and a responsibility to use it in the best possible way. So I do think that there are opportunities, and I would urge the Finance Minister to take a look at that, to look at the feedback in this consultation and to try to reach consensus across the Executive on a budget that builds the foundations for the economic growth and the strong public services that Northern Ireland not just needs but indeed deserves.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement and answers so far. Indeed, it is welcome at this summit of the British Irish Council. The theme was the creative industries, which is a particular strength and growth sector in the Northern Ireland economy. I'm sure the Deputy First Minister pointed out that it was the DUP which secured funding for the city and growth deals as part of the Confidence Supply Agreement as a major funder of Studio Ulster. And it was a pleasure to attend the launch of that last year along with the Deputy First Minister and others. does the Deputy First Minister, could she say more about how Studio Ulster is a world-class facility, its significance in driving forward our creative industries?
Thank you. I thank the member for his question and indeed for highlighting the origin of this. When I look back to the 2019 Parliament, there are many challenges of that Parliament, there are many memories of that Parliament, both good and indeed bad. But one of the things that I am deeply proud of is the fact that there was the DUP that really negotiated hard to secure, through the confidence and supply deal, the city and growth deals for Northern Ireland for the first time. This was something that had been talked about for Northern Ireland for some time. We hadn't been able to get that over the line with the UK government, but in terms of that hard negotiation, we were able to secure that, not just one in terms of the Belfast City and growth deal, but indeed we secured agreement to multiple deals. I always find that whenever I reference this, that there's a sense of uncomfortableness from some other parties, but the reality is we live in a political world where many people try to claim the success of absolutely everything despite of playing no part in it, and in this one we absolutely were responsible 100% on the record of securing the city and growth deals, and I'm very proud of that because what we're seeing is the result of that. These are legacy projects. Studio Ulster is one of those. I'm very pleased that in my own constituency of Lagan Valley we were able just yesterday to secure the planning permission for a £50+ million investment in Royal Hillsborough. That is a direct result of the DUP's confidence in supply securing of that, and I have referenced that. However, in terms of Studio Ulster, it is, as I've said, a world-class facility. It is something we should be deeply proud of, but there's a real opportunity. If we are developing something which is on the cutting edge of technology, we also need to be acutely aware that that technology moves on, and it moves on quite rapidly. So we've got a window where I believe globally this is absolutely world-leading, and therefore we need to take the opportunity in the next number of weeks, months, and indeed the next number of years to make sure that we are seizing the opportunity of that being a world-leading facility to secure those contracts now before, maybe in 2 to 3, 4 years' time, other places are catching up with that. So it is an amazing facility. I would encourage everybody who's thinking about investing to come and take a look at that, and we were more than happy to facilitate investment groups to come and see that, come to Northern Ireland and see what we have to offer in that space.
Can I thank the Deputy First Minister for the statement and the update, and in her answer she mentioned collaboration a number of times. Can I ask Deputy First Minister if you agree with me that all our people here are best served by working together on a north-south, east-west basis consistent with the Good Friday Agreement?
Thank you. I thank the member for his question, and I think, of course, the ideal is that everyone collaborates. I would note that very shortly after the British Irish Council, the Irish Government announced a tax incentive to try to draw production on screen productions to the Republic of Ireland. That is a tool that they have that we don't have in Northern Ireland. And indeed, actually, I urge the Prime Minister to take a look at some of those tax reduction incentives to try to encourage not just film production and TV, high-end TV production in the UK, but indeed on a regional basis as well. London and the southeast of England does attract an awful lot of high-end TV production compared to the rest of the UK. Northern Ireland being able to achieve Game of Thrones was a really good example of where if you're attracting that to other regions across the UK, there's a huge benefit for those regions. That was a point that was also backed up from the Welsh, from the Scottish, and from others as well. And I believe that the UK government should look at a differential tax incentive package to encourage the outside of London investment, particularly in terms of high-end TV work, and also to look at the Republic of Ireland's experience and success in using tax incentive packages to attract these types of international investment and productions to their jurisdiction.
David Brooks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her contributions so far, representing a constituency that has both Titanic Studios and Loop Studios, as well as a myriad of other creative industries. They will be very glad to hear the work that's going on their behalf. But to move on to one of the other important issues, and she touched on something similar earlier, I would like to ask the Deputy First Minister, did she take the opportunity to raise the important issue of veterinary medicines with the Prime Minister during the summit?
And of course, while I've mentioned Studio Ulster quite a bit, I do also want to recognise the excellent studios that we have beyond that, including those that he has mentioned, Loop and Titanic in his own constituency, doing incredible work and expanding as well. So that's really good to see. And again, look, you're absolutely right. As highlighted, while the focus of this was on creative industries, there were opportunities to have those bilateral discussions directly with the Prime Minister, but also with the CDL and other key members of the UK government, and also to work with our colleagues, the First Minister of Wales, Scotland, and others as well, in support of what we're trying to do. But the very particular issue that he has referenced in relation to veterinary medicines is one that's particular to Northern Ireland. This is something that I have consistently raised at every single meeting with the Prime Minister, with Nick Thomas-Symonds, who is the lead in relation to the EU-UK negotiations, and indeed with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and others as well. Unfortunately, I feel that there was a slowness in terms of taking into account these issues, but I am on the record of raising this at every single opportunity. We had the opportunity of an engagement directly with Nick Thomas-Symonds just a couple of months ago. I raised with him the many emails that I had received from pet owners, particularly pet owners in relation to the company-to-consumer supply chain. At that meeting, he'd asked me to forward some of that information. I had put out on social media, etc., a call for those who had received those emails to send me those emails to evidence the concerns and the issues, and many people did that. I then forwarded those on to Nick Thomas-Symonds, and he has responded to me. There's been a series of actions on the back of that the UK government has taken. They are not sufficient. They are better than where we were, but they are not sufficient. I have urged the UK government to address this issue fundamentally, and indeed I did take the opportunity at the British Irish Council to raise directly with the Prime Minister the significant concerns and problems that the continued lack of EU-UK agreement on veterinary medicines for Northern Ireland is having. And this needs to be addressed urgently by the UK government. The current arrangement should only be a transitional arrangement pending a full and substantive agreement with the European Union to sort out this issue and to ensure that consumers and vets here in Northern Ireland are able to fully access all GB veterinary medicines.
Thank the Deputy First Minister for the statement. I note the reference to that the Minister's advised of the Executive's plans to set its first multi-year budget in over a decade, providing departments with the certainty needed to plan on a longer-term strategic basis and creating conditions to drive improvements in public services and indeed better support to our creative and artistic sector. Notwithstanding the damage done by years of austerity and sustained underfunding by the British Government, does the Deputy First Minister agree that our collective focus must now be on developing that multi-year budget that she referenced so departments can plan more strategically?
Thank you. I thank the member for his important and indeed timely question. That is the task for the Executive. That is the challenge that we all have, to try to secure that agreement and get a multi-year budget. There is a great opportunity here, and that opportunity, as I've indicated, is to build the foundations for growth, to build the strong foundations for good public services for everyone, to make sure that we are setting down those foundations that we need to address those long-standing issues, should that be in relation to the lack of special educational need, capital facilities, giving the Communities Minister sufficient money to be able to build those social houses to the target as set out in the programme for government, giving the Education Minister enough money to ensure teacher pay parity and making sure that our young people get the education that they deserve, to address the capital issues in relation to water and sewage infrastructure. We need a credible plan that addresses those issues and resolves those issues within a credible timeframe. Those are all key. There's an opportunity to do that, and I would urge the Finance Minister to work with colleagues to seize that opportunity, not just with additional money that's there. We know that the additional money is not going to be sufficient, but to be looking at that, driving that efficiency right across government to make sure that we can use that money to be reprioritised to where it needs to be in order to build that stronger, better Northern Ireland and public services for everybody.
Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement. The creative industries obviously have had huge economic benefit, but I think it goes deeper. There's a psychological impact where young people feel proud to live here and have the opportunity, can imagine an opportunity in working in these industries. My question is that at times of financial constraint, the arts are usually the first to lose funding. And space is something that we hear from the sector, whether it's Blue Lights using Netherley House or artists in the city centre which need studio space. Was there any discussion about how we can be more creative ourselves in facilitating our creative industries? And is there any discussion around how we could even use civil service estate as meanwhile use, or to support our industries, given that investment is hard to come by? What else can we be doing to support our industries?
Thank you. Thank the member for her question. I think it is a very relevant one, probably one more for the executive and for departments to look at here, because you're absolutely right. We are sitting on an estate with some historic properties, with perhaps underutilised, but I think right across Northern Ireland we should really try to be a creative industries friendly place so that we are facilitating some of those productions, because it not just has the benefit of bringing those jobs and the investment, it has the benefit of showcasing the best of Northern Ireland, and there's global audiences that are looking at that. Like in terms of even in a sports space, when you look at the Northwest 200, when you look at the golf, you know, those are great productions that showcase our physical and built environment at times, and that attracts them people who look at that and say, well, wow, I wouldn't mind visiting there. So I think there's a huge opportunity with that. In terms of the actual British Irish Council, it was really more of an opportunity to talk about where we can collaborate on an Isles basis, but also we took the opportunity when the Prime Minister was there, and I think there's a really good opportunity when the Prime Minister is there to make a pitch to what he could be doing to support those industries, and that is why sort of number one in terms of what I was asking for in terms of my contribution was that tax incentive package, particularly in relation to high-end television production. We'd had a good briefing from NI Screen before that, and I know that was something that they particularly wanted us to raise, and I do believe that we got a really good opportunity to make that pitch. Unfortunately, a number of other places came in to back that up as well, and that was certainly something that we will be following up on as well.
Mr. Speaker, it would appear from reading the statement that at no stage during the summit itself did the Northern Ireland delegation raise the most pressing problem facing Northern Ireland within the context of the British Isles, namely the border in the Irish Sea, which day by day erodes our union. Deputy First Minister, it's not mentioned at all in your statement under latest political developments. Did you raise it at this stage? If so, why is it not in your statement? Or did you fail the Unionist people by not raising it during the main summit itself, when you had each nation sitting at the same table? Because this is a problem not just affecting Northern Ireland, it affects businesses in England, Scotland and Wales. Did you raise it at this stage?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it's clear that the member didn't bother listening to some of the questions I have already responded to. The Minister will also be, or the member will also be aware that the statement highlights the broad issues. I am here to answer questions about the detail of that. I have mentioned on a number of occasions in this chamber, but he has decided to read out his pre-written question nevertheless. But I can assure the member and I can assure the Assembly that, as I've already indicated, I raised it a number of times, including in the plenary, but particularly in the bilateral with the Prime Minister, but also with the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. I also raised very particular issues. I raised the particular issue of veterinary medicines. I raised the particular issue around the potential ending of the derogation in relation to GP-registered vehicles. I raised the continued barriers faced by businesses, the unnecessary and disproportionate barriers faced by businesses, and I'm sure that the First Minister is here in the House as well, and she will know that I relentlessly raise these issues at every single meeting, because it is a big issue. It is an issue that doesn't need to be there. It's an issue that the UK government needs to step up and address. It is an issue that only the UK government can address. And when you look at acute issues such as the veterinary medicines, yes, we got a statement that was put out. We got some mitigations towards that coming out in late December, despite the fact that I had been raising that directly for 18 months and the concerns of that for 18 months. But even what came out is not adequate. And I will continue to raise the case, because I absolutely believe that many of those barriers that still exist because of the Windsor framework is because the UK government either hasn't stepped up and done what they have promised to do, which is unfettered trade across this United Kingdom, or those aspects are completely disproportionate and unnecessary and should be removed. I will continue to raise those issues at every single opportunity.
Martin. I want to thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement. Can I ask her, was there much discussion at BIC regarding the recent UK budget? And would she agree with me that as we approach our own budget discussions here in Northern Ireland, that it's incredibly important that we fund the PFG priorities adequately?
I thank the member for his question. As indicated even in terms of the last question, there always is a focus on British Irish Council in terms of the subject, but there's always an opportunity as well to raise a wide range of issues. The First Minister raises a number of issues, we raise issues jointly, and I raise issues as well. We do that at the plenary and we do that at the bilaterals. Certainly, I take every opportunity to both champion Northern Ireland, but also to raise the wide range of issues, and that includes in terms of the budget. Again, at every opportunity we've engaged with the UK Government and indeed with the Prime Minister, we urged a budget that supported public services, but also a budget that supports economic growth. I've raised directly with the Prime Minister that I believe that all of the budget events under this Labour Government have been a missed opportunity in relation to building a budget for economic growth across the UK. We need economic growth in Northern Ireland, but importantly we need economic growth across the UK in order to raise those taxes, to get the economy going, in order to invest in our public services. We know our public services are crying out for funds, particularly in terms of health and education, but everyone who sees every pothole on the road or a bucket on a school corridor, that's not good enough. We want to be able to invest and to address those issues. But we did raise a number of issues. We welcomed the 2-child limit being raised, but I did raise concern that that was being lifted on the back of a tax threshold freeze for ordinary working families. We should not be raising benefits on the back of hard-working squeezed middle families, and I think that the UK Government needs to have a rethink about its approach. While we have called for the lifting of the 2-child cap, and that happened, the freezing of thresholds, income tax thresholds, will have an impact on the pockets of every single hard-working family across Northern Ireland. We believe it was a missed opportunity. We urge the Government once again to invest in public service and indeed to ensure that in future economic events that they are investing in growing the economy. I particularly raised as well the VAT pilot for Northern Ireland in relation to hospitality businesses. That was something that had been pushed very hard. Hospitality organisations across the UK are content that Northern Ireland hold a pilot on this. Our hospitality industry is under a huge amount of pressure at the moment. Every week we are seeing pubs, restaurants, cafes closing. They are really struggling because of the increase of food inflation and other issues. They need support, and I am fully supportive of that VAT reduction, even on a pilot basis initially, and I urge the Prime Minister to do that, and he did undertake to go away and have a number of conversations about how that could happen, and indeed that is certainly an issue that we will be following up on very robustly.
Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, and apologies I missed the very start of the statement. I really welcome the statement, and it's essential that our voice is heard at the British Irish Council. It's positive that opportunities are created, and the focus this time being on economic collaboration is really, really vital for us here, and especially on the arts and the screen industry. So I really do welcome that. You talked about detail and giving a little bit more. Can you give us any more detail just of how now, we've heard the statement, heard a lot of what you've said, but how this will now work on the ground, very practically, of how that collaboration will actually see a result for the people on the ground, people in jobs and skills and looking for opportunities, to see how this will now work out and how in practice we will see this moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. Look, the way I see this working is it's a number of different levels and a number of different layers. I do welcome the fact that the Prime Minister attended. He was there throughout the entire plenary. He was able to listen to not just what we have to offer, but also the challenges facing the industry, and there are challenges facing the industry at the moment. The global investment context is competitive, and therefore we need to be constantly evolving, constantly investing, but also we need the right tools to be able to attract that investment. And that is why, as I've said, in terms of the top level, it's very much about getting the UK Government to get its policies right, and that includes potentially looking at enhancing the tax reduction incentives that the government can offer. You know, as I've mentioned, in terms of the Republic of Ireland, they've long had a number of tax reduction incentives for the creative industries, and they've had a huge success in relation to their creative industries on the back of that. Even after this British Irish Council, they went out very, very recently to announce a further tax incentive package for the creative industries. So I would like to see the UK government doing the same, because if you're competing in a global marketplace for that investment, if we're making a pitch and the Republic of Ireland are making a pitch, the reality is there is an element of competition about that, and what you can offer these productions is absolutely key. I am really proud of the people who work in these sectors. I think we've got really high class, high quality, highly skilled people in this industry. I think we've got some of the best built and natural heritage in terms of that offering, but we also need not to be at a disadvantage when it comes to those kinds of tax incentive packages that Screen NI can offer as part of those negotiations. In addition to that then is making sure that this is mainstreamed within the skills agenda through the Department of the Economy, working with our further and higher education colleges, but indeed it has to start earlier than that. We want, even from our primary school up, to be really encouraging young people to look at that creative industries, the imagination side of things, the technical side of things, because those are all necessary skills that we would have to see if we're indeed going to reach the potential and the ambition that we have for our creative industries.
Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her very welcome statement on the British Irish Council this morning, and also want to thank her for shouting loud and proud for Northern Ireland in every direction she possibly can. I had the pleasure of working with the Deputy First Minister for a considerable period of time, and I saw firsthand her passion and love for this place and for everybody in it. So I wanted to give the Deputy First Minister an opportunity again to point out or to tell us more about how she raised the issue of taxation, that in particular in relation to our incredibly vital tourism and hospitality sector when she was with the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and indeed I thank Pam for all of the hard work that she put into the Junior Minister position as well. It was a real honour and pleasure to work with Pam over that period of time, and I thank you for your kind words. I am deeply proud of Northern Ireland. I think we have so many incredible strengths here, not just in terms of our innovation, our creativity, our businesses, the strength of those, but of course our people as well, highly skilled, dedicated and passionate people who can give so much. So I am so proud to have the opportunity to champion Northern Ireland, not just here in Northern Ireland at business events and at dinners and at breakfasts and everything else, but indeed on the global stage. Very often it is a very easy sell whenever we're talking about all of those incredible strengths that Northern Ireland has, and we need to build on that. Northern Ireland needs champions. We need to send the message loud and clear that Northern Ireland is open for business, but not only that, but Northern Ireland has so much to give to those global companies, to other jurisdictions as well, in terms of our skills and what we have to offer. But the member is absolutely right. We need to get the foundations for growth right. The UK government needs to get the foundations for growth right. The UK needs economic growth. That will not happen by accident. That must happen with the right budget, the right tax framework, the right investment in skills and the right encouragement in order to make not just the UK but indeed Northern Ireland attractive to that investment. And I will keep championing that cause with the UK government to try to ensure that we are getting real game changers in relation to the tools that we have to get that economic growth to allow Northern Ireland to truly flourish.
Well, Brownlee.
Here at the start of the statement, but Deputy First Minister, I do want to welcome this statement, and there's clearly a strong theme. We've all discussed it today regarding the creative industries, which is absolutely critical to the Northern Ireland economy. But if you could just provide some more detail on how critical the creative industries are to our economy, but also what we can do to ensure that we remain competitive in a very highly competitive global market, that we are front and centre and we are achieving what we want to do.
Thank the member. The member will be aware of some of those successes, and I've referenced some of those already. It's not just that high-end international sort of film production, the likes of Game of Thrones, but it's also those locally made programmes that are so important. They employ a huge amount of people. Programmes like Dairy Girls, like Blue Lights, really showcases so many of the locations. I think we all watch them and we see some of our local towns, villages, areas, and that's excellent as well. So I do think that we need to have an approach which is around targeting all different types of creative industry investment. So that includes, of course, films. We've had How to Train Your Dragon, which is a recent one, a big global success as well, that was filmed in part in Northern Ireland, the high-end TV production and then local production. But of course we will only get that creativity if we invest in the right skills, if we invest in education and we encourage that, and that's very much what we want to do. When we look back over the last 10 to 15 years, there's been some very significant developments in our sectors. Some of that is around professional services. We had the opportunity this morning to meet with the Australian Acting High Commissioner to talk about the growth, particularly in professional legal services and advanced engineering and other issues. But creative industries has been one of those where there's been a huge growth as well. And it's very much one of those key sectors that we are continuing to champion at every investment opportunity and every meeting that we're at.
Thank you. That ends questions on statement to the ministers. Our next item of business is a motion on rejecting the new EU customs fee on small parcels. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes with concern the European Union's decision to introduce new customs fee for small parcels from the 1st of July 2026, expresses alarm that if imposed on Northern Ireland, these charges will increase the cost of goods sourced from Great Britain, whilst further reducing the choice available to local businesses and consumers, highlights the folly of those parties who voted to sustain Article 5 of the Protocol/Windsor Framework in December 2024, thereby keeping Northern Ireland at the mercy of the changes to the EU Customs Code, urges the UK Government to stand up for local traders by restoring sovereignty and democratic decision-making over all aspects of UK trade without further delay, and calls on the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to explicitly reject the prospect of a new customs duty on parcels moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland.
Thank you. I call on David Brooks to move the motion. Thank you, David. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. David, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. This motion goes to the very heart of what the DUP have consistently said, that Northern Ireland should not and must not be treated as a place apart within the United Kingdom. When it is, the result is damaging for ordinary men and women, consumers, families and for businesses. Under the protocol, both businesses and consumers in Northern Ireland remain at the mercy of EU customs rules when buying online. The absurdity of this situation is parcels arriving from Great Britain, our own country, are perversely regarded as trade from a third country. That is not just bureaucratic nonsense. It is clearly undermining the principle of consent enshrined in agreements which some in this chamber have feigned devotion to when it is suited, but have shown a willingness to dispatch once it better fits their own aspirations. Today's motion is necessary because Brussels has decided to impose a new €3 customs duty on small parcels from the 1st July 2026 on consignments below €150. That charge is part of a broader EU customs reform which aims to abolish the exemption on €150 parcels altogether, and may be accompanied by additional handling fees later in 2026. Whether we call it a levy or a fee, it remains an additional cost on parcels levied by a foreign unaccountable authority whose writ should have no place in Northern Ireland. If these charges were to be applied to movements from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, prices here would rise and choice would shrink again. Small businesses navigating needless hoops again, customers bitten by Brussels again. Let us remember how we got here. Article 5 of the Protocol entrenched EU customs law in Northern Ireland for goods movements, and the EU Customs Code continues to apply when goods enter Northern Ireland. This is not good for Northern Ireland consumers, not good for Northern Ireland businesses or economy. When the Europhiles on the benches opposite zealously defend the EU like a football fan who has picked their team and will see no fault, we should recognise, indeed they should recognise, they do so actively picking the interests of the EU over solutions for Northern Ireland and her people. When in late 2024 Sinn Féin, the SDLP and Alliance chose to support the continuation of arrangements that kept Article 5 intact, keeping Northern Ireland aligned to EU customs rules, they done a disservice. They now posture against tax rises from London while tolerating Brussels picking the pockets of Northern Ireland with levies not applicable to other parts of the United Kingdom. We have been on similar ground before. Our action prior to the Windsor framework forced changes on parcels. Our pressure meant that many of the worst bureaucratic demands on parcels were set aside. But we also warned that this was not a permanent fix. It was a political sticking plaster, a mere treating of the symptoms rather than the cause, the recurring parasite that is the continued primacy of EU law. Meanwhile, real-world consequences have mounted. The Consumer Council has tracked shrinkage in choice, even by February 2025, noting that a significant number of retailers still did not deliver to Northern Ireland. It is tangible, measurable loss to households. And when the new EU General Product Safety Regulation came into force for here in December 24, we all heard of small UK firms stopping shipments to Northern Ireland rather than adding to their own compliance burden. That is the impact of the imposition of EU law in Northern Ireland. Some will argue that this is around small parcels for China, countering Chinese fast fashion like Shein, or the influx of cheap foreign goods from platforms like Temu or DHgate and similar. The primary aim, it seems, is to try and close the incentive that sees companies like that send large value orders in smaller packages of under €150 fees, under 150 euros in order to avoid fees. And clearly, the UK grapples with similar issues, although as in many issues we deal with at the Democratic Scrutiny Committee, the differing timelines leave Northern Ireland consumers vulnerable to charges, costs and obstacles not applicable elsewhere in the United Kingdom. The question is why then it must apply to Northern Ireland, and I hope other parties in this place who choose Northern Ireland would choose Northern Ireland interests over the needless zealotry of Brussels bureaucracy. It goes back to the point we have made repeatedly at the Democratic Scrutiny Committee, that often the subjectively positive aims of EU in legislating on any issue and whether such legislation would be successful in achieving something deemed positive, unless properly balanced against all of its impacts upon Northern Ireland businesses and communities, should have no bearing. While I respect the interests of other nations and their right to make their own decisions, I care much less for what legislation achieves for people in France or Italy than I do for its impact here. How does it impact consumers? How does it impact our businesses, our communities? It is why the UK and devolved areas, in devolved areas, the Assembly should have responsibility for its own laws, not foreign powers. Even where we have similar interests, we should have the freedom to decide how we choose to deal with it. You see, if we had Brexit, we would. However, those who tell us repeatedly that this is the cost of Brexit deliberately ignore that this is evidence that we have never been granted the Brexit that the largest democratic exercise in this country voted for. Instead, we have the special status, the rigorous implementation, call the constitutional outrage what you will, but it is not the Brexit that was promised either by Vote Leave or warned about by Remain that would see Northern Ireland treated similarly to the rest of the United Kingdom. Currently, goods brought into Northern Ireland from Great Britain face no customs fees if the applicable EU rate of duty is zero. However, if imposed, the EU's new flat fee per item could potentially require more local businesses to be signed up to the UK internal market system, with the time, the cost and the upheaval that would entail. That scheme currently allows goods staying within the UK to maintain some level of facilitation when moving to our part of the United Kingdom, even where the relevant EU tariff is higher than the UK's. How the government responds to this threat will ultimately be a test of whether it has the backbone or inclination to resist the emergence of additional trade barriers within the United Kingdom. It is concerning that this announcement seems to have caught officials off guard and adds to the concern often raised at committee about the lack of appropriate horizon scanning or engagement at Whitehall. These cannot be solely desktop tick box exercises. Our circumstances are as a result of UK government actions, and a sitting UK government must own and live up to its responsibilities to the people of Northern Ireland. That Whitehall was blindsided by the Council of the EU's decision undermines the trust the UK government expects the people and the politicians of Northern Ireland to place in them. Businesses need clarity now. The Royal Mail and Carrier guidance shows complexity already evident. UK IMS registrations, reduced data sets, risk-based interventions, with the slightest EU changes able to shift the ground under our traders. We know independent retailers and microsellers have already struggled with GPSR compliance. Adding customs fees and handling charges on low-value items is and will be for some a bridge too far. Consumers here will pay more than their counterparts in Great Britain if EU-imposed costs are passed through, and the disconnect between EU and UK timetables only worsens uncertainty. Legal and trade experts are already warning that the EU reform brings platform responsibilities, new fee lines and administrative weight. This motion is not abstract. It is a test of the Stormont Governor's mettle. The UK government must explicitly reject any new customs duty on parcels moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. It must restore sovereignty and decision-making over UK trade, and it must defend the integrity of the UK internal market, ensuring no disparity in treatment for low-value parcels between GB and NI. Where facilitations under the UK internal market system or partial easements are no longer provide equal protection, Ministers must use the framework's legal mechanisms and notify the Joint Committee. But if Brussels refuses then to listen within 30 days, we revert to the original protocol provisions. That simply demonstrates the democratic deficit we have condemned from day one. The clear solution is the end of EU law in Northern Ireland. But short of the UK government coming to that realisation in the immediate term, there are practical and reasonable steps that the UK government must take. They must guarantee that consumer parcels from GB face no customs duty or handling fee not applied by UKG across the UK, and the parcels staying within the UK internal market are shielded without imposing further registration burdens on honest traders. If the EU's own regulation preamble claims that 2023 parcel simplifications are unaffected, then we must codify an explicit exemption for Northern Ireland from movements from GB, not warm words, but guarantees. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, unions have been consistent. No internal borders in our own country, no foreign custom codes over our domestic trade. The people of Northern Ireland should not pay to receive a birthday present from Glasgow or a spare part from Birmingham. We must stand up for local traders and households.
Time's up, David.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call Claire Ferguson. Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, here we are again today. The DUP attempting to stoke up fears in relation to customs in the full knowledge that global customs are undergoing significant changes in relation to e-commerce in the EU, the US and indeed Britain, including in relation to the removal of low-value import exemptions in major markets. However, today I stand confident as ever that the public can see this motion for the political stunt that it is. Rather than breathing any air into this, I would instead remind those in the benches opposite that despite the DUP backing Britain's failed Brexit agenda, we managed to mitigate some of the very worst excesses of their act of political sabotage on our island, on our businesses and on our people. We protected dual market access and provided businesses with strengthened trade continuity and economic stability through the implementation of the Windsor Framework Agreement. Whilst it is now for the European Union and the British government to work through the challenges arising from Britain's failed Brexit agenda, in truth, the DUP are only aware of this too. However, with elections looming, they want to bring another no-nonsense motion as though they can rehash fundamental protections which we already managed to secure. To finish, while the DUP dismissed the real warnings for so many sectors that Brexit would be bad for the North and for our economy, and whilst the British government ignored the democratic mandate of our people, we began working to secure fundamental protections against the very worst accesses. We continue to refuse to allow you to mix and stir real fear amidst our working class communities in the full knowledge that Brexit is a child of the DUP. So let us be clear here today. responsibility for the current Brexit outworkings stand firmly at your door. That is an indisputable fact. It is time to own that fact.
Thank you, Ciara, and I call Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I guess in a similar vein to the last speaker, I would say you won, lads. Cheer up. You won the referendum. You got the Brexit that you wanted, and I appreciate that Mr Brooks says that this wasn't the Brexit that Vote Leave promised. I agree, it wasn't. But the rest of us knew. The rest of us knew not to throw our lot in with Nigel Farage or Boris Johnson or the ERG. The rest of us knew that whatever was written on the side of a big red bus about £350 million for the NHS, that the DUP would inevitably end up beneath that bus. But I want to take issue with what was said around consistency. It's claimed that the DUP has always been consistent on these issues, so let's put that to bed, Principal Deputy Speaker. In January 2024, the then leader of the DUP, Geoffrey Donaldson, said, "For goods moving from the UK, our objective was to remove the Irish Sea border, and that is what we have achieved." In February, Gavin Robinson, crowing about what the DUP had delivered, he said that we have resolved the unresolvable. And now we're being told quite openly by members from the same party that that wasn't true. So let's ground ourselves in the facts of these issues. The fact is, when you come outside of the customs union, you create a customs border. Then becomes a question about whether that customs border happens on land, at a porous land border where people and communities cross daily, or whether that happens in the Irish Sea. The Windsor Framework, which this motion decried, actually includes flexibilities and safeguards, and the legislative text of the EU customs reform says that it will not diminish the protections that have arisen out of the Windsor Framework, like the UK Internal Market Scheme for business-to-business trade, like the UK Carrier Scheme and parcel arrangements for business-to-consumer and consumer-to-consumer parcels. So there will be protections. Of course, we should be vigilant as this piece of EU legislation progresses, that the UK government is standing up for our concerns and ensuring that there are no additional barriers, and I absolutely would support a call to do that, but that's not what this motion seeks to achieve. Of course, the obvious solution, which the DUP is not prepared to grapple with, is a UK-EU customs border to ensure that the UK and the EU are collaborating on these issues and there are no barriers, checks or tensions anywhere on these islands. That is absolutely essential for us as a shared and interdependent society and as a shared and interdependent economy. And I welcome that a 3-minute rule bill was moved in the House of Commons and passed narrowly by one vote as tabled by the Lib Dems to open negotiations on a UK-EU customs union, because it would solve many of the challenges that the party opposite has raised. I just wish they would join me in those calls and be honest about the steps that need to be taken if we are to remove that Brexit bureaucracy. Far from creating certainty for businesses, far from enabling further growth for our businesses, to simply reject the protections in Article 5 of the Windsor Framework that this Assembly previously voted for would be to plunge those businesses into that very same chaos and instability. So it's time for honesty, Principal Deputy Speaker. It's time for people to own the consequences of their actions and level with the public about the trade-offs and choices that exist. We have always been honest about those tensions and those trade-offs, and what we're interested now is practical and pragmatic solutions so that we can continue to build a vibrant and strong economy. And I'm very proud that under the Windsor Framework, Northern Ireland's economy has continued to outperform the rest of the UK, and I hope that that can continue with a bit of pragmatism and flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen. I call Diana Armstrong.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the proposers of this motion for bringing this important topic today, which the UUP will be supporting. And just to bring it back to the topic of the EU parcels, we are where we are. Once again, local traders and consumers in Northern Ireland find themselves back on the back foot, facing yet another threat of divergence within our own United Kingdom. The European Union claims this new fixed customs fee on small parcels due from July 2026 is about tackling unfair competition. But if it is imposed in Northern Ireland, the opposite will happen here. Prices will rise, choice will fall, and small businesses will be hit hardest. This motion is absolutely right. Any additional... Certainly, yes.
For giving way, given that she seems to be opposed to the idea of removing the small parcel threshold, is she similarly opposed to the proposals that the UK government is consulting on for the same measure?
Diane, you have an extra minute. Thank you.
I thank the member for that. Just to inform you that they are not debating on that until 2029. So any additional charges... Certainly, yes, thank you.
And does the member not further agree with me that our opposition is that a decision should be made by our sovereign government, the United Kingdom government, not a foreign government in the EU, which they seem to have more interest in?
Thank you.
The member, my colleague on the Economy Committee, certainly, yes, absolutely right, and I do support his comments. Returning to my address, any additional charge applied here, but not in Great Britain, creates inequality within the United Kingdom. Suppliers may simply stop shipping to Northern Ireland or pass the cost directly on to our consumers. And let us be clear, this is the reality of the Windsor Framework. Those parties who voted in December 2024 to sustain Article 5 knew exactly what they were doing. They knew it would leave Northern Ireland exposed to changes in EU trade policy over which we have no democratic control, yet they proceeded anyway. We already see the damage in the data. The Office for National Statistics shows that between 2020 and 2024-25, the proportion of GB businesses selling to Northern Ireland fell from 5.7% to 3.9%. In the year to April 2025, 15.1% of GB firms reported a decline in sales to Northern Ireland. Only 6.2% reported an increase, and 8.3% stopped trading altogether with Northern Ireland. That is not theoretical, that is happening now. Many of our retailers rely on GP suppliers for everyday and niche products. When those supply chains dry up, local businesses just cannot compete, and consumers lose access to goods that are standard elsewhere in the UK. Some may argue that €3 per parcel sounds minor, but for low-value items that is a huge price hike. And for small businesses shipping high volumes of small goods, these costs spiral rapidly. The result is a two-tier UK economy where people in Northern Ireland pay more and get less. This Assembly should reject that. The UK government must stand up for Northern Ireland's traders and consumers, restore sovereignty over all aspects of UK trade, and make absolutely clear that no new customs duties will apply to parcels moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. Anything less accepts permanent disadvantage for this part of the United Kingdom, and that is something this House should never support. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Speaker, I want to begin by grounding this debate in the reality facing businesses right across Northern Ireland, particularly small and medium-sized firms who are already under pressure from rising costs in labour, shortages and fragile supply chains. I meet those businesses regularly, just like every other member across this House, and I'm acutely aware of the challenges they face when they are trading within GB. For many, the Windsor Framework has introduced added complexity, has introduced additional paperwork and uncertainty that they simply do not have the capacity to absorb. And new custom fees for small parcels will add additional pressure on those small businesses. Those concerns are real. They are legitimate and they must be addressed. Small businesses are not interested in constitutional point scoring. They want predictability, they want clarity, they want workable solutions that allow them to trade, to grow and to provide goods in their local communities. That is why I've consistently said that this issue is not black and white. Yes, the Windsor Framework has created real difficulties for traders, particularly, as I said, small firms moving goods from GB to Northern Ireland, and we need to be honest about that. But it is also true that the framework plays a critical role in avoiding a hard border on this island and protecting the peace and stability on which our economy depends. The challenge before us is to deal with both realities at the same time. We need to dismantle the barriers that are making it harder for businesses here to trade with GB, while also maximising the opportunities that come from our unique dual market access. The dual access has the potential to be a genuine economic advantage, but only if it is supported by serious policy choices and meaningful engagement. What concerns me about this motion is that it does not meaningfully engage with that complexity. Instead, it reduces a deeply complicated issue to a political dividing line. Motions like this are rarely genuine attempts to work across parties to chart a way and a better way forward. Too often they rehearse the old arguments, and I'm as guilty as anybody else, while offering little in the way of practical solutions for the businesses who are actually struggling now. And that brings me to the question that the DUP needs to answer, actually multiple questions. If the DUP is genuinely concerned about Northern Ireland being subject to decisions taken elsewhere, are they now calling for closer alignment with the European Union? Do they support the Prime Minister's call to reset the EU-UK relationships? Do they support the re-establishment of youth mobility? And if not, why not? Because what we see time and time again is a party that stands in this chamber lamenting about a lack of influence while rejecting every serious proposal that could deepen engagement. If you just let me finish this and I'll let you in. Rebuild trust or give Northern Ireland a stronger voice. Whether that is in the EU Commission office in Belfast or observer status in the European Parliament. They cannot argue for influence while refusing engagement. You cannot claim to stand up for businesses while opposing the very steps that would reduce that friction and rebuild confidence. I'll give way.
The member for giving way. That's a very interesting speech. One point in which she has asked us to clarify is, do we support the UK's intention to move for closer realignment? And I suppose, whilst I will say that there is vast different opinion among parties on that issue, the core concept is, for this party, is that the UK moves in lockstep to ensure that there is reduced friction for businesses in Northern Ireland and indeed consumer choice.
The member's an extra minute. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention, Johnny. But I think there's a classic case here with the DUP of cutting off your nose to spite your face. And if we're serious about addressing the ongoing damage caused by Brexit, then we must also be serious about those solutions. One such solution is for the UK Government to seek negotiations with the UK-EU Customs Union, a step that would eliminate much of the duplication, much of the paperwork and uncertainty currently facing our small businesses, while boosting economic growth across these islands. That is not about relitigating the past. It is about dealing responsibly with the realities that we currently face within our business sector. The motion calls for the UK Government to restore sovereignty and democratic decision-making across all aspects of UK trade, but it does not acknowledge the central truth that we are in this position because of Brexit, a decision that fundamentally reshaped our trading relationships and left Northern Ireland uniquely exposed. Those consequences were foreseeable. They were warned about repeatedly, and they cannot now be disowned. That does not absolve the UK Government responsibility. The Secretary of State must recognise the unique circumstances we find ourselves in and act accordingly, particularly when it comes to protecting small businesses from disproportionate costs and disruption. Anything less would be a failure of leadership, but leadership also means honesty, and I want the DUP to remember that.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I call Declan Kearney.
So, the proposed additional charge or cost which this motion references represents an unfair additional burden on customers who are already carrying the pressures of an ongoing cost of living crisis. But the context arises from the imposition of Brexit, which is the actual definitive political folly of our times. Of course, the supporters of Brexit were repeatedly told that it would result in both predictable and unpredictable adverse consequences. And these charges are such an example. Brexit has created new customs and trade conditions for the North, and these need to be managed. The Windsor Framework has protected our businesses from much of the damage caused by Brexit, but it's not a panacea. This issue of duties on parcels is a friction which requires a practical and a pragmatic solution. As I said once again yesterday evening in the Chamber, we must be solution-focused. A resolution to this issue requires engagement by all relevant stakeholders. Our businesses and customers and consumers don't want to hear spurious attempts to conflate issues of post-Brexit fallout with the rhetoric around the loss of sovereignty. So here's a wee reality check, folks. This is not a constitutional crisis. Our businesses and our customers and consumers want us to lobby for the removal of this duty. They will want a solution. What's required here is pragmatism, not posturing. At all times, our focus should be on minimising the frictions created by Brexit and maximising the opportunities of our dual market access, not indulging in the politics of Project Fear.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I call Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this important motion, and can I thank my colleagues for bringing it forward. This is a test, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, of which side members of this House stand. I read and listened with interest over the weekend with statements and interviews being given by political parties across this House that when this place returned, they wanted to ensure the politicians were on the side of businesses and on the side of consumers. Well, today, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, they have that opportunity. Do they stand with the consumers who, as a result of EU overreach, could have an additional charge of €3 imposed on every single thing they order, under €150 from GB here in Northern Ireland? Do they stand on the side of businesses who will have their supply chain reduced, their cost increased, in a time in which business and the cost of doing business crisis continues to rise? I won't, Owen, you had 5 minutes to speak and you only took 3 minutes of them, so you've had your opportunity to speak. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, today will be that test. And going by the remarks that have been made to date, I think it's clear at which side the party opposites stand. In the contributions made by the Sinn Féin members, they had an opportunity of 10 minutes in this House. Between them, the combined speeches were less than 4 minutes. And within that, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, they could not find it within themselves to criticise these proposals put forward by the European Union. I don't expect parties opposite to share my objections to the Windsor Framework. The constitutional outrage that laws are made by the European Union are which are not accountable to the people of Northern Ireland, that this part of the United Kingdom is subject to laws that other parts of the UK aren't. But what I do expect them to do, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, is share my concern for consumers and for businesses, many of whom are not unionists, many of whom do not vote DUP, but see us as standing up for them on these important issues. It will come as no surprise that the Alliance Party Speaker opened with the remarks. My remarks are going to be similar to those of the previous Sinn Féin Speaker. Well, surprise, surprise, shock, shock. Within Mr Tennyson's 3-minute contribution on the issue of parcel charges, he could not bring himself to criticise the proposals by the European Union. Instead, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, he tries to rehash and rehide the debate that took place here in 2016. I do, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, want to pay tribute to the official opposition here in this place, who can stand up and who has a totally different view from me on the constitutional position and the position of the European Union here in Northern Ireland, and was the only person able to articulate the difficulties that these proposals will have for consumers and for business. She did not share my views in relation to the constitutional outrage that I believe this is, but the real and tangible impact this will have on her constituents in Foyle and her businesses in Foyle. And that is why I hope she will join us in the lobbies to support this motion, showing a clear example that we want to stand up for our businesses and our consumers. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, Mr Tennyson, I do agree with one of the remarks that he made, that the United Kingdom government under Keir Starmer has failed the people of Northern Ireland. He made promises to the people of Northern Ireland and to this party that he would fully restore Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom, and he has failed to do that. But I'm very happy to stand up here and criticise him for his failure to do that. That is why, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we, like other unionist parties, do not support handing over all power of this place to that very man. I will use my voice and my vote in this Assembly to stand up for businesses and for consumers right across Northern Ireland, as I continue to highlight the absolute constitutional outrage as a unionist, yes. But today, the people of Northern Ireland will see how their politicians voted. Did they vote to be on their side? Did they vote to put money in the pockets of the European Union or protect the hard-working people of Northern Ireland? Today's record will reflect that, and I will give way.
Does the member not agree that the very words of the motion that you put before this House was actually done with purpose to divide this House? Because if you had left out just a couple of lines, you probably would have had more unanimous support for the motion, but you purposely made it a constitutional issue in the very words of the motion, and that is why the SDLP will not be following you through the dividing
The member's
doors.
an extra minute.
Thank you very much. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, parties have opportunities to table motions. These are the beliefs of the Democratic Unionist Party. People have the opportunity to table amendments, just like people took the opportunity when the Assembly was back for its first day, not to talk about the cost of living crisis, not to talk about the issues facing our people, but to open a European office here in Belfast, which you happily trooped through the lobbies to support Sinn Féin on. Today is a message that will be sent to the people of Northern Ireland. Where do the Alliance Party stand? Where do the SDLP stand? Where does Sinn Féin stand? It is clear. You own this. You voted for the continuation of these fees. You have the opportunity to reject it. You can laugh all you want, Mr Tennyson, but ultimately the people of Northern Ireland and Upper Bann will have their say very shortly. I'm not sure you'll be laughing then.
Okay, our next speaker is Kate Nicholl. And Kate, if you don't mind, well, really up until now, Mr Brett's the only person not really to address the substance of the motion, has used the motion to criticise others, but that's democracy. That's what this place is for. So away you go, Kate.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm going to do my best, but there are some things that I do need to address. And I suppose that the primary issue is that there are question marks behind the motivation of this motion that has been brought forward. I agree that it was a deliberate tactic to make it a constitutional question, and I just wonder, you know, if you're a small business or you're a business and you're tuning into the debate today because you are wanting to know what the Assembly views on the new EU customs fee on small parcels is going to be, and you listen to this debate, I don't know, do you think businesses would feel as though the DUP are there standing for them? Because most of the contributions have been around the Windsor Framework and the impact on democracy. And I'm sorry, but sovereignty, I don't think, is the primary concern when it comes to how you keep your business going and how you get food on the table and how you pay your staff. The UK Parliament, incidentally, voted for this. They had their sovereign say. And I think what we really need as an Assembly is to talk about practical solutions and be pragmatic. And of course, there are complexities to this. As was said in the opening speech. E-commerce is changing. How we deal with these things is changing, and it's something that we're going to monitor very closely. Of course, we care very deeply about businesses, how they are impacted, and cost to consumers. But I also personally care very deeply about fast fashion, the impact it's having on the environment, the impact it's having on local producers here, and how it's a risk to our producers. So these things are complex, and they require considered thought. They don't require politicking, and they don't require us to come back to this. This has been 10 years. It was Brexit. It's the Windsor Framework. It was Brexit. Let's just stop having this conversation. Oh, give way. Go ahead. I could see you were. I was waiting.
I did listen to interest with discussions, and I really, really admire your commitment to the people of Northern Ireland to try and get a solution. But yesterday, there was a debate about EU office here in Belfast. Your party raised no such objection. It just seems to be when we bring issues of concern that we have in relation to the Brexit process, you criticise us, but not the other side when they bring similar issues.
So, Kate, you have an extra minute.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. So, here's the issue that I have. Brexit happened, and we are on an island, and it forced a border that was going to exist either in the sea or on the land, and that created friction and change, and there needed to be solutions, and we have worked really hard to find the best solutions possible to it. We now have the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee on which I sit, and we look at legislation that is coming that will impact Northern Ireland. We look at it at the very end of the process. I support having an office here. I support having EU status. I support having whatever influence we can have, because I care about people in Northern Ireland, and I care about how we make things simpler for them. The problem is, whenever we try to have these conversations, it seems as though the DUP's primary concern is how they stave off TUV voters, because it's not about pragmatic solutions. It's about making sure that you are not aligned to the EU in any way. So anything that has a tint of EU to it, we have to stand against. Let's not do that. We know you are against Brexit. You voted for Brexit. We didn't want that. We wanted to remain in the EU, but that's the way it is. So now we need to come up with practical solutions, and we need to think about this through the lens. The chair of the Economy Committee himself said that there are businesses from across the political spectrum and identities who are going to be watching and caring about this. Let's have a conversation about how we make things simpler for them. Let's stop politicking. Let's stop blaming each other. Go ahead.
Would the member not accept that the genuine concerns I have in relation to how our relationship with our own UK internal market has been decimated in many ways is legitimate and right to hold, and is not at the whim of what a different party may think or feel? It's legitimately how I feel, and indeed how my colleagues feel, when we continue to face these challenges, both personally and through our constituents.
There are certainly examples of where there have been negative impacts. I don't deny that. I also concede that there has been growth in Northern Ireland. And I think where we deal with so much of this is with the UK government. My issue is that, I mean, there are solutions to this that my colleague said that would create solutions to this. The British Chamber of Commerce survey said that 50% of businesses said that customs bureaucracy is the biggest problem. If there was a UK-EU customs border, that would bring 25 billion into the exchequer. There are things that we can be doing that you just won't consider, and it's because it's to do with the EU. It feels so deeply political, and I understand that you've got to speak to people who vote for you and your base, but ultimately, this place has to deliver for everyone in our society. Go ahead.
You have a difference of opinion around what would solve it. Being entirely in the UK would equally solve these issues. So sovereignty is not disconnected from the realities in terms of the situations facing businesses, Parcels, and that. It's a decision on what side of a border, a customs border we want to be on, but it could be solved on either side.
Interventions, thanks David, interventions need to be short. And Kate, you're in the last seconds.
A border would be on the island, and it would be even bigger. So, I mean, we just need to work together on solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Steve Aiken.
Speaker, and you'll be glad to know I'm actually going to talk about the motion and actually talk about Parcels. Members, unless they sit in the Democratic Scrutiny Committee, you may not be aware of the following EU regulation, which is 2023-258 plus its annex, which is a proposal for a regulation of the European Parliament and of the Council establishing the Union Customs Code and the European Union Customs Authority, and repealing Regulation No. 952/2013 with Section 23198, and the opinions of the Regulatory Scrutiny Board, the Assessment Board and the Impact Assessment. These are absolutely germane to what we're talking about. These regulations initially set out EU revenue-raising customs proposals in e-commerce that were to apply from the 1st of March 2028. These changes ruled that the duty relief regulation exemption from customs duty for consignments valued under €150, amending the combined nomenclature, changed the definition of existing goods, packaging requirements, digital registration and coding. This was to allow for non-excise goods to be imported without identifying tariff classification, customs value or origin, which is subject to customs duty. This was to remove the 150 per consignment limit applied to the deemed supplier and related administrative provisions. Members will also be aware that our own Chancellor had also set out in a recent budget to follow suit, with the United Kingdom deciding to remove similar low-value import relief below £135 or less from March 2029. Members will note that originally the UK date was displaced by 1 year from the Union Customs Code proposals after HM discussions with the European authorities. However, in November last year, Maros Šefčovič, a name that might be familiar to some, announced that the European Council, in order to stifle what they saw as low-value imports coming from China, the United Kingdom and the USA, will now apply a fixed customs duty of €3 on small parcels imported at that value less entering the EU. He advanced the date to the 1st of July 2026. The EU has called this a temporary measure, though a measure that will not be repealed. A €3 per item that will stay in place until the agreement for a permanent solution to eliminate the customs duty relief threshold comes into application. At that point, all goods under €150 will be eligible for customs duty at the normal EU tariffs for individual products. That, ladies and gentlemen, is EU speak for €3 is the minimum that will be applied to everything in whatever category or whatever value they agree to. This so-called temporary levy is distinct from another stealth tax, the proposed so-called handling fee of around €2 for every parcel, which is currently also planned under the Union Customs Code, and when that is fully ratified as part of the customs reform package, this consumer tax will be utilised to fund the EU customs organisation. This will be in addition to the €3 customs fee for all external to EU parcels, so therefore an additional cost of €5 for each parcel will be coming to people in Northern Ireland. Yesterday we also talked about revenue raising. Members will also note that while we don't have accurate data on parcels sent to Northern Ireland below the €150 threshold, it goes into millions. Millions of parcels times €3 or €5 revenue going not to a Northern Ireland executive, but going to the European Union. Regrettably, even our own government are unsure of the implications, with HMRC stating in a recent explanatory note, it is too early to be able to give specifics about the impacts about applying or not applying the EU customs reform package that would have on consumers or businesses in Northern Ireland or businesses sending goods to Northern Ireland. That's his HMRC speak for you're going to pay it. There is no clarity on whether all parcels under the threshold value of 150 that do not originate in the EU will be subject to red lane or green lane approaches. In particular, GU suppliers have no certainty on which duty exemptions, if any, will apply, and indeed where the costs lie with the supplier, distributor, or in all reality the customer will fall. We are only 6 months away from its implementation. Ironically, Her Majesty's Government has stated that the Stormont break may be the suitable safeguard for this. I can't see of any member who has any regard for the consumers, retailers, distributors of Northern Ireland or the people of Northern Ireland can with any conscience not support this motion.
Thank you, Steve. I call Timothy Caston.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. This motion addresses something which goes to the very heart of daily life here in Northern Ireland. From the 1st of July 2026, the European Union intends to introduce a new customs fee in small parcels. That decision was not taken by members of this Assembly. That decision was not taken by members of Parliament. It was certainly not taken by the people of Northern Ireland or anyone elected by them. Yet, if this measure is imposed here, it will land directly on local traders, families and consumers, increasing the costs of goods from Great Britain and shrinking choice yet even further. That is the central injustice this motion deals with, and how parties will be judged today on how they vote. Once again, decisions affecting our economy and our cost of living are being made elsewhere, under a customs code over which we have no democratic control, but to which we remain bound. This is not about international trade with the European Union. This is about parcels moving within the United Kingdom. A pensioner ordering clothing from England. A small business sourcing parts from Scotland. A parent ordering school items from Wales. And yet, those everyday transactions are now being treated as if they were imports into a foreign customs territory. That is not normal. It is not sustainable. And it is not compatible with the claim that Northern Ireland enjoys equal footing within the United Kingdom. There's a wider political truth which must be also confronted. This executive exposes the fact that unionists returned to the executive in February 2024 while the protocol remained fully in force. Claims made within this House that a deal had been secured which met unionist demands were bluntly untrue. That decision to resume devolved government without the restoration of sovereignty over trade, normalised arrangements and signalled acceptance to its consequences. You cannot return to government under the protocol and then pretend to fake surprise when Brussels continues to legislate for Northern Ireland. You cannot accept foreign customs control in February and then express alarm in July when new fees are introduced. You cannot brand Jim Allister a dead-end unionist for spelling out the truth on these issues almost 2 years ago and then later bring a motion to this House underscoring the fact that he was dead right all along. Happy to give way to Mr. Buckley.
Thank the member for giving way, and he will know very well that I share every concern that he has about the undemocratic nature of the arrangements that are in place, the harm it is causing, both from trade perspective and indeed sovereignty. But would he also accept that if the devolved institutions were not here, that indeed I or he would have no faith that Keir Starmer would deliver any different result?
The member has an extra minute.
And
Thank
I
you.
accept the member's intervention, and I'm glad that he agrees with everything that I have said and outlined in my speech to date. But I do put it to the member and to the party in general. By going back into the executive, you gave up the only thing that unionism had: leverage to try and get rid of the protocol. You missold the deal. You missold the deal to unionists to then come back into this place in February 2024 and indeed have spent the last year trying to unravel and unpick the deal and say, no, you didn't say that, you didn't say whatever. But the very fact is the DUP sold a deal to unionism to restore this place that was bluntly untrue. It contained lies. You lied to the electorate. And for that, you will be judged in 2027 upon the stance that you have taken. And we only have to look back a number of weeks ago where the 10-minute rule that was introduced, which was a rejoiners private members bill to bring closer ties between the UK and EU, where was the DUP MPs in that motion? I know where your party leader was. He was stopping your members tripping through the lobbies to vote against it. And because of that inaction, that vote passed, whereas it could have been snuffed out with the DUP support. So if we want consistency on these issues, and I know the member will probably take grave exception of how the party voted in that vote, but by your actions you will be judged. By your actions you will be judged. In the last year, the electorate will give their decision in 2027 of how the DUP missold to the people of Northern Ireland the safeguarding the union deal, which has fell apart. But going back to the closing comments that I wanted to make, the customs code and the customs charge is not an accident. It is not an oversight. It is the logical and foreseeable consequence of surrendering control over our internal UK trade. This is something that no unionist should be complicit in. And by sitting in the executive day in, day out, those unionists and those parties that sit there are complicit in that taking place within Northern Ireland.
Thank you. I now call on Johnson Buckley to wind on the motion. Johnson, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to those members who contributed to the debate. I suppose I want to say this at the very outset. This motion is fundamentally about protecting Northern Ireland businesses and Northern Ireland consumers from unintended consequences of a new EU fee on small parcels. And why does that matter to Northern Ireland, and why does that matter to our businesses? Parcels moving from GB to Northern Ireland that should be entirely UK internal trade will face new costs, bureaucracy, uncertainty, would undermine consumer choice and competitiveness. Often we're accused of debating matters in this House which have no relevance to the outside world. Well, I would argue, Principal Deputy Speaker, that there's no more pressing concern for our consumers. I mean, I may be the only one, but since I got married 3 years ago, I feel like I have shares in Amazon because there's a regular parcel delivery at my house. Now, that's replicated right out across Northern Ireland. How our parcel delivery system and indeed e-commerce has changed is totally different than that of just 10 years ago. But the imposition of these charges will increase the cost of goods sourced from GB. And as my colleague on the Windsor Framework Committee, Dr. Steve Aiken, has pointed out, that accounts for millions of parcels right across Northern Ireland. Parcels that are affecting business and indeed business-to-business trade, but also business to consumers. And what are those impacts likely to look at? We've already seen evidence which shows that a reduction in consumer choice, so with 85 to 96 GB retailers no longer delivering to Northern Ireland, that's becoming a common everyday occurrence. Businesses already face so many problems in relation to the complexities and bureaucracies placed upon them with the likes of the Windsor Framework and their trading position. But acutely, consumers are also facing that challenge. We already know of the reduction of choice for consumers. And in theory, in fact, when Mr. Kearney spoke, for a split second in his first line, I thought he was reading from one of my scripts. But then came the but. And Mr. Kearney, who's the chief architect of political posturing, reverted back to type, wanting to reassure us all that this is not about constitutional issues, this is not about sovereignty, when yet every action that he has taken in terms of bringing motions to this House has been about exactly that. EU offices, EU observer status. Mr. Kearney has never come to this House with a clean, clear desire to address the issues that affect our consumers and businesses. And that gets us to the second part of the motion, which most members have taken issue with across the House. And that is, how did we get here? At an earlier committee, I used a C.S. Lewis quote. And I'm going to use it again today because it's very relevant. He talked about chronological snobbery. And we see chronological snobbery every single day in this House, but particularly when we discuss the issue of Brexit. It may come to a shock to some members, but Brexit was not a vote by the DUP. I know that's a constant accusation. It was not a vote by the TUV. It was not a vote by the Conservative. It was a democratic vote of the British people. One of the largest democratic exercises in our sovereign history. Now, that may have delivered a result that some members may not have agreed with, and it's totally the entitled right for them to argue against. But in looking at that chronological history, and to ensure we don't inject the snobbery that we often do in this place, let's look at what we have today, because every single vote since the Brexit referendum, the vote by the people, has the imprint of political decision makers. So when the Alliance come to this House to chastise and say, come on lads, you got what you voted for, well, I would just say right back, look into the mirror, because come on lads and ladies, you got exactly what you voted for. Whether it was shouting for rigorous implementation of agreements such as the protocol, which we know would hammer businesses, you called for it. You went to Dublin to call for its implementation. You deliberately undermined your own sovereign government to ensure that a deal with the European Union hammered businesses in Northern Ireland, hammered consumer choice in Northern Ireland. That was a choice by you. So right back at you. Come on, lads. You got what you voted for. I absolutely will, because I hope I don't have to say, come on, lads, you got what you voted for to Mr. Kearney.
No problem, big fella. Would the member agree that Brexit was a sucker punch, and not only did you walk straight into it, but you stuck your chin out?
I thank the member, and I will say, come on, big fella, because here's the point. The DUP have been consistent in their position. The DUP have always believed in the concept of Brexit. Perhaps you haven't been so clear and consistent, Mr. Kearney, because when I look at statements from Mr. Kearney in the past, and the stretch from Venezuela to the other side of the world, there's plenty of statements about his approach to the European Union. So I'll say this. The sucker punch is right back on you, Mr. Kearney, because it is arrangements that you have supported that have ensured that businesses and consumers have reduced choice, have increased bureaucracy, and continue to suffer at the hands of agreements that you yourself have backed. So we take no lectures from that chief architect. But getting again on to the chronological order of events, there was a vote in this place, a vote on the 10th of December, a vote to hand over 300 areas of law and decision-making from democratic scrutiny in this place to a foreign entity. That vote was passed at the behest of the Alliance, the SDLP and Sinn Féin. There was not one single unionist who put their name to such arrangements. Hold on, if I have time, I want to develop on this point. But the point with that is that it was warned in that debate that the Irish Sea border that existed that day on the 10th of December 24 would harden. Consumers and businesses would continue to face challenge. Let's look at some of them. Vet medicine supplies, new car registrations cliff edge, new reduction of over-the-counter medicines. We could go on and on. The list that I read out on that day, on the 10th of December 2024, many of the issues remain unresolved. And there's a constitutional debate that can be had, because members in this party are in this chamber right across it, and I include the Alliance Party in that, Principal Deputy Speaker. They have constitutional preferences and opinions. This debate today is purely about the challenges that the businesses and consumers continue to face. That vote handed over power in relation to the Customs Code. So the cost that is associated with this new arrangement is on the Alliance, the SDLP and Sinn Féin. You can't shout about the challenges the businesses face, and there is some attempt to do that by the SDLP, and it is welcome that they do recognise the challenges. But on the other hand, your actions is how you will know them. And you voted for these very arrangements where there is no democratic scrutiny. I want to move on to the points made by Mr. Gaston, who in this chamber, him and I agree on many points. And I've already outlined some of them in terms of the arrangements that exist. But he talked about what leverage was lost with the return of these institutions. And I often pondered that very question. But I see no sane unionist who would believe and forfeit the right of Mr Gaston to eloquently put forward his point in this chamber, that the Ulster Unionist Party, the DUP, or indeed others, to challenge it, to fight for the change and ensure that we can prosper for the future. But I can tell you this with categoric reassurance: no such challenge would happen under Keir Starmer and the Labour Party. And 5, 6, 7 unionists in Westminster hasn't changed that very opinion. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Aye. That's aye. Clear the lobbies. Question put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order, members. Thank you. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay. Okay. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Okay, members. Thank you. Thank you. So tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Philip Brett and Pam Cameron. Tellers for the noes are Andrew McMurray and Kathy Mason. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Okay, members, could you resume your seats, please? Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the result?
80 members voted, 32 members voted aye, 48 members voted no. The motion therefore falls.
So the motion falls. The Business Committee has agreed to meet at 1 o'clock. So therefore, I propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until question time at 2 o'clock. The sitting is by leave suspended. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Sittings resumed. Questions to the Minister of Health, and I call Kelly Armstrong.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Reset Plan, I made a commitment to developing a neighbourhood model to deliver greater levels of care to our citizens in their local communities. The model will see community pharmacies, GPs and their federations, voluntary and community organisations, trusts and independent providers working closely together. This will be informal partnerships to provide integrated care. It's an important enabler for my commitment to shift left. Building a neighbourhood model will require providers to work in new ways. It will be built around 17 integrated neighbourhood teams who will act as provider alliances. They'll operate within the trust or an area integrated partnership board footprint at GP federation level, and so they'll serve an average population of 115,000 people. Integrated neighbourhood teams will know the populations they serve and will work together as a team of teams, leading and driving the delivery of the neighbourhood's core functions and priorities for care closer to home. They'll work with smaller neighbourhoods within the footprint, the natural communities to which people feel they belong. We're going to take a phased approach to developing and implementing the model. The design phase has involved significant research, stakeholder engagement, and launching a call for evidence to identify existing good practice. In addition, learning from my Live Better initiative will be taken into account. We're about to move into phase 2, which is the build phase, identifying neighbourhood sites and activities, and establishing systems for delivering, and also the funding arrangements. Implementation will commence from April, when we have worked through the operational details and we move into delivery phase.
Ms Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I'm very intrigued by your answer today. You talk about the 17 integrated neighbourhood teams. However, one of the groups of people that haven't been included are actually the public, the actual patients. So a core underpinning theme of the Northern Ireland Executive and the Assembly is co-production and co-design. How will these 17 integrated neighbourhood teams then work in partnership with the communities, and particularly those isolated communities, rural, LGBTQIA, asylum seekers and so on?
I thank the member for her observation, and of course I want patients and communities to be involved in this, because without their buy-in it makes it very difficult to achieve. But the starting point for me has to be talking to the experts who know how to deliver a neighbourhood scheme. So I take you back to what Professor Bengoa said to me last time he was here. Be very tight on your outcomes, but be very loose on how you achieve them, because you're not a nurse, a doctor, a GP, you're not a clinician, a surgeon, or indeed a health service administrator. I would also say to you, I mentioned my Live Better initiative, where we took 2 demonstration areas and tried to begin to look at health inequalities. Those models were based on liaison with the populations that we were there to serve. And those 2 different populations, one urban in Derry/Londonderry, one urban in Belfast, came up with different desires. And so it is my desire that rolling out the neighbourhood model will not be a one-size-fits-all, but will indeed reflect the desires of local populations.
Wigan. The Minister, in your response, you mentioned the importance of GPs, pharmacies, independent sector, domiciliary carers, etc. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. It'd be no surprise to the Minister that he's aware that some of these groups are, when they come to the committee, they're unhappy and unsatisfied with the current levels of core funding, and that has caused issues. So in terms of the engagement that you're having with those, is the current issues creating an obstacle, and what is the level of engagement to ensure that this model that the Minister is proposing is a success moving forward?
Well, I think the core funding, the budget, is not satisfactory to anybody, including myself and the department. Indeed, when you break it down into GPs or community pharmacies or the hospital trusts who are having to save hundreds of millions of pounds this financial year, as they did last financial year, that's at the core of the problem. And if I have a number of concerns, I guess at the top of the list will be the shortfall in next year's budget to do everything that I want to do. And when you look at what we must do, which is to keep the current health service functioning, the question is how much money can we release for this save to shift rather than spend to save? Can we spend to shift into that shift left model? And that is going to be incredibly challenging in the next year. But the idea is to try and get everybody, or at least as many people as possible, to the starting line for the 1st of April. Rolling out a neighbourhood model is not going to be done in a month or a year, or even indeed in this mandate. This could be a 5 to 10 year project, but the idea would be to start it on the 1st of April, and at least in certain areas, and prove evidentially that it's working, to create the desire around the rest of the country to be next in line to join the model.
Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I've said many times that I do think that the neighbourhood model delivering healthcare closer to people in their communities is the right way forward. But it will take a lot of time, and we do, in the here and now today, need a health service that is working and functioning for our patients. And I really would like some clarity on a message that I got earlier today, which tells me that the ambulance service is about to call a critical state, and that there are currently 160 emergency and critical calls waiting for ambulances which cannot be answered. Can you provide clarity for the House?
I'm unaware of those details, but obviously we'll check that as soon as I'm able to leave the chamber.
Mark Durkin.
Mr. Speaker, supplementary to the original question on the neighbourhood model, which sounds fantastic in theory and looks great on paper, but I suppose referring to the point that Mr. McGuigan had made, those agencies that you'd be dependent upon to deliver this model, are you convinced that they are all on board, and what funding has been, I suppose, identified or earmarked to roll this model out?
Well, I'm certainly not aware of any partnership or organisation that is not up for looking at this. And since I took up post right from the get-go, everybody I've spoken to who is involved in any way in delivering health and social care, including the voluntary and the community sector, are up for a reset, are up for reform, are up for a shift left, because I think everybody realises the current model is not sustainable. And the question of finance remains the critical one. Can we release enough money to make a significant impact in the next financial year and set a direction of travel by the end of this mandate that the next Minister of Health feels compelled to follow? And that has to be, if I'm being honest, an open question, but it's one I'm trying and determined to try and close.
Moving on, Maurice Bradley.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, you said 17...
Question 2, Mr Bradley.
Oh, I thought you were calling me Andy. Sorry, my apologies. Question 2.
Minister.
You didn't give me a chance to answer.
Was moving on the clue? Okay, well, where a woman is diagnosed with cervical cancer, the Diagnosing Trust leads a review of all elements of the woman's screening history for the 10 years prior to diagnosis. That's where one exists. Not all women will have a screening history. The audit will involve a review of every element of the screening pathway, including the invitation process, the laboratory services, the colposcopy service, and it includes a review of their cervical smear tests where those are held. A regional framework for audit of invasive cervical cancers and disclosure of findings was issued to HSC trusts by the Public Health Agency in March of 2019. That included advice to trusts that all audits from the 1st of January 2029 should be managed in line with this framework. Monthly monitoring returns of these audit activities are provided by the trusts and collated by the Public Health Agency, and assurances are provided to the Department of Cervical Screening Oversight and Assurance Group. Mr Speaker, I think I should advise to trusts all audits from 1st of January 2019 should be managed in line. The Northern Trust monitoring return on the audit of invasive cervical cancer includes data for those women who have had a diagnosis of cervical cancer made by services within the Northern Trust between January 2022 and December 24. Data for those diagnosed in 25 is not yet complete. I can advise the member 43 women diagnosed with cervical cancer by the Northern Trust during the 3-year period January 22 to December 24 had a review of previous cytology slides undertaken. There's been no wider re-examination of cervical smear tests in the Northern Trust in the last 3 years.
Mr Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers again. Minister, I believe there are a small number of patients in the Northern Trust who have had re-examinations of their smear tests. You are unable to give me the figures because you don't have them to hand at the moment. But Minister, is this a poor reflection of how our hospitals are being managed? Will the Minister undertake a review into how our trusts are managing both staff and services to ensure equality of opportunity and equality of services across Northern Ireland, not just the urban centres?
I thank the member. I'm not sure I quite understand the question, but in terms of equality of access and service, 100%, that is exactly what I want. I say many times, I want standardised, regionalised services. In terms of perhaps patients who have missed out, I am aware of an issue regarding patient samples from a number of GP practices in the Southern Trust which were not processed. I understand some women, unfortunately, have been asked to give a further sample. So I would just stress, as Minister, I expect these processes to be managed carefully and done so from end to end. And an investigation is currently being completed, but until we know more about what happened and why, I wouldn't want to speculate or comment further.
Linda Dillon.
And thank the Minister for his answers. Based on the answer that you've just given, Minister, could we maybe get more detail on that, possibly in writing around the Southern Trust, if tests were not sent? Am I correct in saying tests were taken by the GP but not forwarded then for testing, and they've had to give a second sample? So I would like to get more detail around that, particularly given previous issues within the Southern Trust. But given the real concerns that are being raised, not only about cervical smears, but women's health in general, can we also get some sense of where we are with the Women's Health Action Plan, please?
Minister.
Well, on the first point, I understand there was a migration from one IT system to a second. Now, that should have gone smoothly and there shouldn't have been any issues, but it appears to me that issues have arisen, and I do want to understand fully what those issues were and why they were not spotted when the change was made from an old IT system to a new one, and I will certainly engage with the committee once I have got surety about what happened and why it happened. In terms of the Women's Action Plan, Women's Health Action Plan, I don't have an update for the member at the moment, but she may be aware I have a weekly meeting with the Permanent Secretary, and it's certainly on my agenda for this week's meeting.
Guy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the answers so far. I'm sure you're aware it's Cervical Cancer Awareness Month in January. It's absolutely imperative that we encourage women to come for screening and that they have confidence in that system when they come. We're hearing today about concerns in the Northern Trust. We know what happened in the Southern Trust, and we know that there's been concerns in the Western Trust as well. To ensure women have confidence in the system, when will you call a public inquiry into the concerns in the Southern Trust and in our cervical screening generally?
I have not committed to a public inquiry. I have not ruled one out. But what I have consistently said is that I want to establish what happened, why it happened, and that includes who was responsible for it happening, and what do we do to either prevent that it doesn't happen again or to make sure that we have done everything in our power to minimise the chances of it happening again. So I'm determined to get to a full understanding of what happened. As I say, I haven't ruled out a statutory public inquiry. However, it's a complex issue. As you will know, it stretches back to 2008. We've had many reports, and I've now asked Professor Sir Frank Atherton, previously Chief Medical Officer in Wales, who is completely independent of the Southern Trust, the Public Health Agency, and my department, to look at all the work done to date, to be my eyes and ears, because I am not an expert in this field. And having spoken to the ladies with letters and others, rather than asking him just to confine himself to the published reports to date, because the ladies with letters fear they don't cover absolutely every aspect, I have asked that Professor Atherton have an exclusive meeting with the ladies with letters and that they discuss between themselves what else the professor might need to look at beyond what is written down in those reports, so that he has a comprehensive view when he reports back to me.
Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, thank you for your responses to this point. Minister, can you give a commitment that Professor Frank Atherton will be given space to report his findings directly to you without any influence from officials in the Southern Trust, with the PHA or indeed your department?
Yeah, I've asked Professor Sir Frank Atherton to look at all the work done to date and beyond the actual reports. I give a member this assurance. He will report his findings directly to me. There will be no influence from officials in the Southern Trust, from officials in the Public Health Agency, or officials in the Department of Health. I will liaise directly with the professor.
Colin Gillinew.
Dash over 3. Question number 3, please.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 3 and 14 together. The multidisciplinary team model remains central to stabilising primary care services to ensure they can continue to deliver high-quality care to our communities both now and in the future. In line with the Department's commitment to the wider transformation agenda, £61 million has been secured for the MDT programme, and that's over the next 4 years. Recognising the significant staffing and funding pressures across health, rollout will follow a two-phase approach over the next 7 to 8 years. Phase 1, which has started and runs to 28-29, will complete MDT implementation in the 7 existing GP Federation areas and expanded also to 5 additional areas this year, including North Belfast and the South West. The Federation in North Belfast comprises 21 GP practices, serving 114,353 patients. Plans are well advanced to introduce MDTs in 18 practices this financial year, with the remainder next year, subject to premises readiness. Selection was informed by premises suitability, clinical need, ICT preparedness, and risk of contract handback. Over 4 years, 11.4 whole-time equivalent of each role first contact physios, social work assistants and mental health practitioners will be employed to reduce health inequalities and improve well-being through accessible, high-quality services. In the South West, the Federation covers 20 practices serving 129,044 patients. 13 practices are scheduled to adopt MDTs this financial year, with the rest next, subject to infrastructure readiness. Over 4 years, 12.9 whole-time equivalents of each professional role will be recruited. A hub-based delivery model is also under consideration, with services delivered from Oma Health and Primary Care Complex, Erne Health Centre and Maple GP Surgery. This approach aims to ensure equity of access.
Minister, you're past your 2 minutes. Well past it now. Thank you, Mr. Gillen.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for the question. And not only crucial to stabilisation, but crucial to any efforts to shift left and to transform. In relation to that, and given the difficulties that are acknowledged across the system, recruiting GPs in rural areas and particularly in rural border areas, Minister, can you commit to a clear timeline for full implementation? And also, can you commit to prioritising the rollout of those MDTs to the areas where they are needed most?
Well, I think I can certainly talk about prioritising the rollout to where they're needed most. Recruitment and retention, as the member knows, is a difficulty right across the piece, but particularly in rural areas. And I think we have to be imaginative in how we make the packages attractive to people to come and work in rural areas. And it's not just about the money, it's not just about the salary. Like all of us, people coming into the profession want to see the prospect for progression, and so we need to be imaginative about what we can, how we can package and effectively sell the idea of working in a rural area as being not just good for the patients and for that rural community, but good for the workforce as well. And we need to listen to the workforce, we need to listen to the rural community, and I need to listen to the experts who know best how to do this, because it's not a particular problem to Northern Ireland. Any country has rural areas with similar challenges.
Ryan Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer in that detail on the rollout in North Belfast. And I do welcome the rollout of the multidisciplinary team. I think they're a great model and a good use of the Transformation Fund, bringing those extra services. I think you mentioned physiotherapy, mental health practitioners, social workers. So you mentioned, I think, 21 practices, 18 in the next year. I wanted to ask, is the detail worked out about what extra professionals will be going into which GP services, and were all GP services, does he know, offered the opportunity to participate? I'm happy to receive that in writing if he doesn't have the information to hand, but I don't know if he has a bit more now.
I find that a very interesting question, Mr. Speaker, because I mean the focus at the moment is to make sure there's an MDT right across Northern Ireland, and we haven't got across all the federations. As I said, it's going to take 7 to 8 years to complete that journey. But already I am thinking, are we right to have an MDT which is basically a one-size-fits-all in terms of you get a first contact physio, you get a social worker, you maybe get a social work assistant, you get a mental health practitioner. The member is very well aware North Belfast was at the heart of what we so euphemistically call our troubles for 30 years, and therefore legacy mental health issues are particularly severe in his constituency. So the question would be, should we have perhaps 2 mental health practitioners in an MDT team? But if you were having that, would that be an additional whole-time equivalent staffer, or would you do without some other specialism? So that's a debate, I think, which will come, but at the moment my focus remains on the rollout over the next number of years.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As MLA, I very much welcome the MDT rollout. I think it will benefit GP practices and patients. The Minister has mentioned the types of professions that are going to be involved. He will also be aware of the very high vacancy rates in social work across Northern Ireland, sometimes as high as 50% in some areas. So can the Minister explain what he's doing in order to bring those vacancy rates up so that the MDT rollout can include social work?
Well, we are continuously talking about the challenge of vacancies, not just in social work, but right across the full health and social care workforce. And I can only say to the member that it is always a priority. Constantly meet with those within the department who are engaged in workforce planning. And we're very aware of the vacancies, and we're very aware of the impact that has on health and social care delivery. But I can't say to him there's a magic bullet or a magic wand to fix this.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, there's been recent calls for you to divert department budget being used for the rollout of multidiscipline teams to other budget lines. And while such action wouldn't be desirable given the success of these teams, can you confirm that such action is not an option that's open to you?
I can make that confirmation to the member. I was aware that some have said take the 61 million for MDTs and use it for another purpose. The answer to that is it is not possible for this reason. That 61 million is not Department of Health budget. Indeed, it's not even Northern Ireland Executive budget. It's Northern Ireland Office budget, and they have allocated it after a competitive process within their transformation schedule. We won that competitive process. We've got £61 million, and I stress again, it's not 61 million in one financial year, it's over 4 years. So it either gets spent on the rollout of MDTs or it doesn't get spent.
Justin McNulty.
Paula, Minister, wonderful that today in this House Macmillan Cancer Care were made the Assembly's Charity of the Year, and that's got such a positive impact on the Macmillan team and on so many people and on multidisciplinary teams as well. Minister, it has taken so long to roll out multidisciplinary teams in areas that do not have them, that those who have had them for over a decade are now questioning their effectiveness. What conversations have you had with existing providers to extract learning for future rollouts?
I can tell the member, hand on heart, I have not had any discussions with people who are involved in the rollout of MDTs who are questioning their worth. Quite the opposite.
Question number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Last September, I launched Northern Ireland's first strategy focused on the sustainable use of medicines. My department's Valuing Medicine strategy aims to support improvements in the use of medicines within health and social care to ensure they add value to health, that they're cost-effective and that they're environmentally sustainable. My department already delivers significant efficiencies from the prescribing budget through the Medicines Optimisation Regional Efficiency Programme. That saves around 20 million a year. The Valuing Medicine strategy sets out how my department and the health and social care system will go further to help ensure the sustainable use of medicines and embed a culture of valuing medicines within the HSC. GPs and other primary care prescribers in Northern Ireland are supported to choose cost-effective and clinically effective medicines.
Thank you,
Mr. Burrows.
Could the Minister provide effective prescribing by our...
Yes, I would say there are a number of indicators which the SPPG can gauge using improvement in cost-effective prescribing as their test. For example, generic prescribing continues to perform strongly, current rates exceeding 82% right across Northern Ireland, and this reflects consistent selection of clinically appropriate but lower cost medicines, which helps reduce unnecessary spend on branded equivalents. Prescribing decision support system in general practice continues to perform well through the active curation of messaging. The system delivered 2.69 million savings in 24-25. This demonstrated a return on investment of over 700%. In addition, targeted efficiency projects have delivered sustainable results. For example, work on melatonin, a medication used to treat sleep disorders in children. Updated guidance produced with clinical specialists and strong engagement with GPs has led to more appropriate product choice and over 1.6 million in savings in financial year 24-25 on that project alone.
Orlia Flynn.
Nugget, Concordia, and Minister, I welcome those savings through
through this important initiative that your department's undertaken. But Minister, you will be aware that, of course, the levels of prescribing for antidepressants here locally will have the highest levels right across the islands. And I'm just wondering, is there any conversations underway with GPs and clinicians in terms of how we can reduce the levels of prescribing of antidepressants and replace those with other cost-effective treatments that aren't necessarily medication?
I personally put a lot of store in social prescribing, which is non-medicinal. And in fact, as we talked about MDTs a while ago, I would love it if we could add a social prescribing specialist into MDT teams, or perhaps at a federation level. So yes, there are conversations ongoing about what are the alternatives to medicines. Pills and tablets obviously have their place, but when it comes particularly to mental health, I always remember my wife's episode of clinical depression. And while medication was part of the cure for her, it was sitting in the kitchen with the community psychiatric nurse and having those conversations, which I think we both believe was the key to recovery.
Justin McDulday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister just to comment on the fact that, of course, those people that we can't forget in the middle of all this are those who actually dispense the medication, those within community pharmacies. What steps are you taking to ensure that the clawback mechanism within communities' pharmacy funding doesn't run the risk of shutting the pharmacy down, as we have concerns expressed to us by community pharmacists?
I'm aware of those concerns. I've had those discussions with representatives of community pharmacies. I know they look very fondly to the Scottish model. The department and my officials don't believe that the read across is just as community pharmacy would wish us to understand it. And I mean, that's part of the ongoing debate we have with GPs and with surgeons and with hospital trusts. That's part of the human condition, that we have different views on different topics. I do believe I will be seeing representatives of community pharmacy in the very near future, and we'll be talking about the next phase of our engagement, particularly including the neighbourhood team, and certainly if they wish to bring up clawback and propose a better way of doing business, I'm open to listening.
Very Carl.
Thank you, Minister. Can you expand on what extent the procurement process takes account of pharmaceutical companies engaging in price gouging to determine which drugs are utilised or purchased? Because it's been well documented that quite often the big pharmaceutical companies engage in this on a regular. Thank you.
Well, within the kind of large global pharmaceutical companies, Northern Ireland and the health and social care system are pretty small players. I hope the member would understand that. So when it comes to those big ticket issues, we would rely on the health and social care system in London, on Secretary Streeting and his fellow ministers to do a lot of the heavy lifting. What we're concerned about is getting the best medicines at the best price to the patients who need it. And yes, one of the obstacles will be pharmaceutical companies who put their prices up. And I think on GLP-1, these weight loss injections, we've seen an example of that recently. And I think that shows that we have limited powers of persuasion or argument or negotiations ability when it comes to that. So I'm living in a practical world, and I do look to effectively the big brother in London to do that heavy lifting.
Moving to topical questions, Colin McGrath.
Over the last week alone, I have heard from hundreds of families, patients and staff members of the ambulance service regarding ambulance waits or long waits outside hospitals who have been let down by either you or this executive on a regular basis, including one constituent whose 26-year-old son died last year on her kitchen floor while waiting on an ambulance. So can you tell us now, is it you or the wider executive that is not listening and providing a positive response to this situation?
Well, I am listening. And last Wednesday I spent a few hours in an ambulance and we visited some patients and we took them to a couple emergency departments, and I listened very carefully to the crew about their issues. And indeed, during one handover period, I was able to talk to some other crews. I was also able to talk to crews who were waiting for handover in those emergency departments. So I think I am listening, and I think I am aware. But the members should know the solution is not easy. The member's been to London, and we are hoping to adopt more of that London model. And we are, by and large, bringing down the wait times. But that's not to say there aren't examples where people are waiting far, far, far too long. And I met quite an elderly woman who was waiting in an ambulance outside one of the EDs last Wednesday. And if it's uncomfortable for me, what's it like for her? What's it like for somebody in their 80s who has several very serious conditions to be lying on a trolley in the back of an ambulance, can't even get into the hospital? So yes, but the problem, and I was discussing this as recently as yesterday in a meeting with all 5 of the chief execs of the 5 geographic trusts. The problem is community capacity. We don't have enough community capacity so that there are patients who are clinically, medically fit for discharge from our acute hospitals still in beds in those acute hospitals, because we don't have beds in care homes, or we don't have packages of care to send to them in their homes. And we all agree on that, and we all agree that the fix could be 5 years or more.
Mr. McGrath. Almost speechless at saying it's going to take 5 years or more to fix our ambulance service. That's real comfort for those people that are lying at the moment in long waits as the system isn't working. And these problems aren't new, but neither are the solutions. You gathered the senior managers from across the health service last year to help fill out that blank page for the winter preparedness plan. It's failed, hasn't it?
Has it not failed? And I didn't say it would take 5 years to fix the ambulance service. I said it could take 5 years to build up the community capacity to ensure that we don't have so many people who are medically fit for discharge still in acute beds. Now, on Wednesday, when I was at the Ulster Hospital, that was 104 people. 104 people who were medically fit for discharge who were not being discharged. And by the way, they told me it was 35 in Lagan Valley, which is a smaller number, but it's 40% of the beds in Lagan Valley. And if you don't trust me, ask any of the chief execs that I spoke to yesterday. To build up that community capacity is going to take time, but in the meantime, a lot is being done. Phone first, urgent care centres, ambulatory centres, imaginative ways of trying to keep people out of emergency departments to relieve the pressure on the EDs, to create space for people to come in. But let me tell the member one other thing. Because Wednesday last week I was in 3 EDs, and they were all extremely busy. But I've visited a 4th ED in the last month, Antrim area emergency department. At 10:30 on Christmas morning, 2 people were waiting in reception, and on the far side, most of the cubicles were empty. And my question is, if that can be done on the 25th of December, why can it not be done on the 25th of January?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, we didn't get to question 5, so I'm just going to move to that if I can. And can I ask the Health Minister for an update on the assessment of gender identity service provisions in Northern Ireland carried out by Baroness Hilary Cass?
Yes, I thank the member for his questions. You'll be aware, following concerns raised by executive colleagues, Baroness Cass was asked by me to conduct an assessment of the service model proposed here in Northern Ireland. A draft report has been submitted to my officials for consideration. The Baroness and her team have determined that the networked model that currently exists between CAMS and Knowing Our Identity and the integrated social service processes is a key asset of the Northern Ireland approach, as is the chance to have a seamless interface across the age range. Baroness Cass and her team have made 6 key recommendations. 1 to 3 relate to workforce, integration with paediatric services and clinical leadership within the under-18 service, and our suggestions to make the Northern Ireland service consistent with English services regardless of whether or not there's a decision to join the UK National Provider Network and Research Programme. Recommendations 4 to 6 are required to enable Northern Ireland to join the UK National Provider Network and participate in the research programme, which we have already outlined our intention to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer. But can I ask, given that puberty blockers were banned because they could cause harm to individual children, and given children under the age of 16, which is the age range of this pathway trial, cannot give consent to participate in the trial themselves, what safeguards will be in place for those children post-trial as they move into adulthood if puberty blockers has been found to create irreversible damage?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't wish to fall out with my colleague, but there was not a ban as such, if we were referring to the recommendations from the CAS report. So I want to be clear if he's saying there was a ban arising from CAS. Actually, what the Baroness said was there is not sufficient evidence to support the use of puberty blockers beyond a clinical trial, which is the position which we have come to, and I again thank executive colleagues for supporting me when I proposed we join the indefinite ban of the prescribing by private prescribers of puberty blockers to new patients pending the outcomes of the trial. In terms of keeping people safe, I have to say to the member, I will be relying on clinicians to do the right thing, as we all do when we engage with health and social care. I mean, when we go into a hospital and allow ourselves to go under a general anaesthetic ahead of a procedure, we are trusting the doctors and the nurses, the clinicians and the hospital administrators to keep us right. And I would certainly be expecting that nobody involved in the trial will allow anything to happen which might endanger a young person's future.
Given the huge interest in and increased use of weight loss injections, could I ask the Minister what safeguards are in place to ensure the safe prescribing and monitoring of weight loss injections?
Well, like any prescription, we rely on the clinicians, we rely on the experts to make a clinical assessment and to do the right thing. And in terms of before we get to that point, with these GLP-1s, for example, the member will be aware that we have bodies in England, the Medicines Health Regulatory Authority and NICE, who examine these drugs, these medications, and either approve or don't approve them. So by the time they're on the market, we have a reasonable expectation that they have been approved and are safe, and then we rely on the prescribing clinicians to do the right thing.
Ms. McIlvaine.
Thank the Minister for his answer, but as the Minister will be aware and will appreciate, weight loss medications are available over the internet and have become increasingly accessible without the provision of a GP's prescription. So will he consider a public health messaging around the potential risks associated with the long-term health and side effects caused by taking this type of medication without medical supervision?
Well, I'd certainly take that away and have a discussion. As I said earlier, I have a weekly catch-up meeting with the Permanent Secretary, and I'm more than happy to put that on the agenda. But it's not just weight loss. I mean, there's a lot of cosmetic medication which gives me a lot of concern, because it is not, to my mind, it is not sufficiently robustly protected in legislation.
Bill McAllister.
Minister for his answers today. Could the Minister provide an update on the Systems Financial Management Group that was set up by your Permanent Secretary to look at the transformation and efficiencies and savings within the Health Department and trusts?
Yeah, well, this was set up by the Permanent Secretary, and it was kind of consistent with my idea that while I am not minded to look at structural reform within health and social care, despite the fact I do question whether we should have set up 5 geographic health trusts around Northern Ireland. But to go for that structural reform would absorb so much energy, I think it'd be a big distraction. So my view when Mike Farrar arrived, he knew that I had already been talking to the trusts and saying stop competing, start cooperating, start collaborating. And so as part of that, we've set up a committee in common, and that's to discuss common issues, perhaps around clinical issues. And so as a further extension of that, Mike wanted this whole systems financial unit set up so that they can work much more like a single body, which makes sense to me on every level.
McAllister.
Thank the Minister for the answer. At last month's committee session, the Interim Finance Director admitted that this was not something that had been done before, that it was a new idea to get all of the trusts together and deliver efficiencies. Why has it taken until 2025 to actually truly look at transforming the health service by running efficiencies and savings across all trusts?
Well, I have no idea. All I can say to the member is when I took up post, I decided I wanted the 5 trusts to work together and to collaborate, and collaborating in terms of financial management and discussing financial challenges is consistent with my direction of travel. So I hope the member isn't trying to beat me up for perceived failures of previous ministers.
Alan Robinson.
And again, I thank the Health Minister for his responses today. Can I ask the Health Minister for a progress update, if any, on hopes of a new accident and emergency facility at Galvin Hospital?
I don't think I have a particularly current, I don't have a development in terms of that for the member. I'm sure he'll be aware that our capital budget is highly constrained, and one of the biggest pressures, I think, is backlog maintenance. I mean, we really could use £1.6 billion, and we're getting way far short of that. So the first concern is keeping our buildings safe for service users, for patients, and for staff. But I have been in the ED in Galvin. It is the oldest of our Type 1 EDs, and it looks it, and it feels it, and it does reflect on the patient experience really negatively. But I know the Western Trust are putting in some significant investment into the current ED to try and make it a better experience for those who are using it. The new ED I still want to see, but I can't see it coming within the next 5 years, I'm afraid.
Mr. Robinson.
Again, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response. As he quite rightly states, the Galvin's Emergency Department is now 40 years old and was designed to cater for around 35,000 patients back then. But does he believe that the reconfiguration of the SWA is adding to the numbers attending Galvin NE?
I have no evidence to that effect. I mean, if you're talking about emergency general surgery, yeah, it's still subject to a temporary suspension in the Southwest Acute Hospital, and patients are diverted primarily to Galvin. But that double examination we became aware of some months ago, and that you were reporting to the ED at SWA, being assessed, sent to Galvin, where you were being assessed for a second time. That, by and large, has stopped. It should have stopped totally. You should only have the one assessment at the SWA.
Thank you, Minister. That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister for Health. If members would take their ease before we move to the next item of business.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on paediatric pathology services. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses deep concern at the continued absence of paediatric pathology services here since 2019, resulting in the use of Alderhay Children's Hospital in Liverpool for post-mortem examinations. Recognises the additional emotional distress and logistical burden that travel to England places on grieving families. Acknowledges that the Department of Health commissioned an independent evaluation into paediatric pathology services, accepted all 21 recommendations, and is exploring the potential for all-island collaboration, and calls on the Minister of Health to urgently publish a comprehensive implementation plan for the restoration of this essential service.
Thank you, and I call Philip McGuigan to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
The North doesn't have a paediatric pathology service. That has been the case since 2019. A glaring, important deficit within our health service here. And I will make ask a number of questions and propose a number of questions and suggestions to the Minister later on in my speech. But at the heart of this debate isn't structures and strategies, it's families. Families facing the unimaginable loss of a child. And since 2019, bereaved parents here in the North have been forced to endure not only their grief, but the added trauma of knowing that their child must be taken across the Irish Sea for a post-mortem examination if the service is required. At this point of unbearable loss, families are confronted with distance, delay, unfamiliar systems and the pain of separation. No parent should have to watch on as their child is transported away because our health system here cannot provide what should be a basic, compassionate service. Following the resignation of the last specialist consultant in this field, post-mortem examinations for babies and young children from the North have been carried out at Alderhay Children's Hospital at Liverpool. And acknowledging the professionalism, expertise and compassion of the staff at Alderhay, as well as the dedication of our own health and social care professionals here who support the families through this process, the reality remains that this arrangement places an additional emotional and logistical burden on grieving families at an already unimaginable difficult time. For many families, travelling to Liverpool is not just distressing, it is overwhelming. It creates delays in funeral arrangements and places an emotional and financial burden on people who are already broken by loss. Parents have spoken of feeling powerless, excluded, re-traumatised by a process over which they have no control. I recognise that this situation is driven in large part by a global shortage of the highly specialised skills required in paediatric and perinatal pathology. And I also acknowledge that restoring a local service here is made more challenging by the need to recruit 3 specialists simultaneously in order to establish a safe, sustainable and resilient service. There is no doubt that workforce pressures in this sector are significant. The Royal College of Pathologists, who I met recently, have highlighted that there are only 52 consultant paediatric and perinatal pathologists within Britain, with up to 25% expected to retire within the next 5 years. Some regions across the water in England currently have no consultants in post, South West and Midlands. So it's clear that there are difficulties right across these islands. However, recognising the scale of the challenge does not remove the responsibility to act with urgency, transparency and compassion to find a remedy. The Minister has previously stated that his department has commissioned an evaluation of paediatric pathology services undertaken by Queen's University with support from the Public Health Agency and had input from key stakeholders including SANS and Cruise Bereavement Support. And I welcome the involvement of bereavement organisations in this process. It is vitally important to ensure that the centrality of families' experiences and their voices and needs in shaping how future services can be delivered. The Minister has also stated that all 21 recommendations contained within that report have been accepted and are being actioned. So I think it would be helpful in the course of today's debate if the Minister, whilst responding, could update us on the detail of those recommendations and outline the progress he has made to date in implementing them, and perhaps commit to bring forward an implementation plan which sets out clear timeframes and how and when this essential service will be restored. I recognise there's no quick fix to the issue, but it has already been 7 years and there is a need to make progress. It is vital that we get a sense of what is currently happening in relation to workforce planning, including what proactive recruitment measures are being taken, what training opportunities are currently available, and how can these be made accessible to people here in the short term in the absence of necessary training infrastructure. In the course of my meeting with the Royal College of Pathologists, I was informed that a number of people who are currently carrying out this service in Scotland and indeed in Liverpool come from the north here. So we have people who are doing this elsewhere. I think what we need to do is get people from here being able to do it and practice and have this service here. There are new and emerging post-mortem methods, including digital pathways such as CT imaging, that could also be utilised in some circumstances. Are these being explored, and if so, to what extent? The Minister has also previously spoken about the potential for an all-island approach, referencing discussions with his southern counterparts, formerly the Minister Stephen Donnelly and more recently with Minister Jennifer Carroll McNeill. I clearly am going to welcome those discussions and would again ask the Minister in the course of his contributions to give us an update on those discussions. It makes perfect sense on this island for a joined-up paediatric pathology service. All-island cooperation has the very real potential to form part of any sustainable future model. Indeed, in previous health debates in this chamber, it's clearly evident that collaboration across the island can bring forward clear benefits to citizens the length and breadth of Ireland, particularly in areas requiring highly specialised expertise. We have already seen this work effectively in Altnagalvin's North West Cancer Centre and in the Children's Cardiology Unit at St Vincent's Hospital in Dublin. So today I hope the Minister can provide reassurance that tangible progress is being made in this regard, as discussions alone cannot become a substitute for decisive action. Paediatric and perinatal pathology is an essential service, plays a vital role in providing answers, supporting learning and offering compassionate care to families who have experienced a profound and life-altering loss. By bringing focus to this issue today, I hope we can respectfully acknowledge the depth of grief carried by those families and commit to doing all that we can to lessen the burden placed upon them when pathology services are required.
Thank you. I call Diane Dawes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the previous member for highlighting these issues. There is nothing worse to hear of the death of a child and then to be put into the position that that child needs to have a post-mortem to be carried out, and then for that post-mortem to have to be carried out in Liverpool at Alderhay Hospital. That separation, that anxiety, that trauma is indeed, I think, almost unbearable. The current service for families in Northern Ireland is provided, as everyone has said, through Alderhay Children's Hospital since January 19. And I suppose if there's to be a positive in the middle of all of this really difficult situation, it is that it seems to be a relatively efficient service where parents are receiving results more quickly than before. And it's important that parents receive those results, not just to know what happened to their child, but also it is important, particularly for young families that may be planning other children in their families, and for diagnosing the conditions that might have been present. So we have a suboptimal situation, one that we shouldn't be tolerating here in Northern Ireland. and one that is traumatic for parents. And as the previous speaker said, it is important in this really difficult situation that we try to explore any alternatives, or even digital solutions that we can actually do that. Whether we actually need to have a specific autopsy, whether we can do some of the investigations through X-rays or ultrasounds or CTs, and whether we actually do need to take that child to Alderhay. I'm absolutely no expert in this, but experts tell me that increasingly we should be able to do some of this work remotely. And of course this would aid in the issue of separation, but it would also speed up the release of that child to the family. I also am interested in the actual ability of the Republic of Ireland to actually aid us in bringing forward a solution to this problem. And I do think that we should be exploring all solutions. I don't think that this is something that we should be playing either politics or playing around with. It's so important and so difficult. But I noted that the Sunday Independent reported in August that in the Republic, grieving families were experiencing significant delays in arranging for loved ones to be buried because of a nationwide shortage of pathologists. And I noticed that, for example, Justice Minister Jim O'Callaghan said that there is a crisis in pathology services in the south. Some Dublin hospitals have pulled out of the service. And it would be important that we try to evaluate this. And Minister, I will be interested in any ongoing discussions that you have had with your counterparts in the Republic in determining whether there is indeed even capacity for the South to take on some of the work, or to have, like children's heart surgery, a joint service. And I think that that is important. But it's not just a service that's in crisis in the Republic of Ireland. 37% of paediatric pathology consultant posts in the United Kingdom are vacant. That's a huge gap in the workforce. And that there are only 13 resident doctors currently in training posts. And that crisis will be exacerbated by the fact that 25% of that consultant workforce are expected to retire within 5 years. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Since early 2019, paediatric pathology services in Northern Ireland have effectively ceased. Instead of having these essential examinations carried out locally, hundreds of families, and I think the figure is 1,105 infants and children since 2019, have had to send their babies to Liverpool for post-mortem examinations. This arrangement has been put in place as a temporary measure. The HSE website says that post-mortem examinations are currently being carried out on an interim basis at Alderhay Children's NHS Foundation Trust in Liverpool, but at what point does it stop being an interim measure? Can we really describe 7 years of practice as an interim measure? The HSE website also states that significant efforts were made to retain a service within Northern Ireland, including repeated recruitment drives both nationally and internationally. But when you read that just 2 days before Christmas, a news report stating that active recruitment for paediatric pathologists in the Belfast Trust did not begin until 2 years after the post became vacant, and that senior staff believed advertising had started a year and a half earlier, it is hard to believe that efforts have been significant enough. It leaves a profound sense of unsettling hopelessness about the state of our health service and the systems that are meant to govern it. I can only imagine that for a parent who has lost a child, they need every accommodation and comfort that they can possibly get. They need the support from the system and not the additional burden of having to navigate the logistical complexities of the situation as it currently stands. Dr. Bernie Corral, President of the Royal College of Pathologists, has emphasised that paediatric pathology services are now absent in entire regions, with no consultants in post in Northern Ireland, the southwest of England and the Midlands. The outlook is further complicated by the age profile of the existing workforce, as mentioned by the previous speaker, with more than 1/5 of consultant paediatric and perinatal pathologists expected to retire within the next 5 years. That pressure is not being offset by new entrants. Training numbers remain too low, meaning that there will not be enough doctors to replace those who are retiring, let alone to fill the posts that have been vacant for years. Long-standing vacancies already sit at around 40%. Leaving the service fragile and families exposed to the consequences. No one is denying the challenges that the services is facing, but the reality makes the absence of a local service more understandable, but it cannot justify endemic delay. While there have been some action from the Department through ongoing discussions exploring the potential options for an all-Ireland network model for providing this service in the future, discussions alone are not enough to give timely answer to bereaved families and will not urgently stabilise or strengthen paediatric or perinatal pathology services. The HSC website talks about the feasibility of an all-Ireland approach only being deliverable in the long term. But how long is long term? And I know the Minister has no issue looking at all Ireland services, and especially in such a sensitive issue. I often fear that this narrative change cannot happen overnight is a way of avoiding responsibility for having to actually implement any action. So why not start now? So that in another 7 years we aren't still in the same position, hearing the same excuses, while families are continuing to face the same burdens in the midst of their unimaginable suffering. I know that calling for a comprehensive implementation plan is easier said than done, but we cannot continue in this same cycle of bottom-line budgets without considering efficiencies. If we do, then not only will we still be here in another 7 years, but we will likely be worse off. I urge the Minister to seriously consider the consequences of only looking at cutting the numbers, but not considering the human cost, and to at least to make a start now. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is a subject that rightly commands care and sensitivity, and understandably has been a topic of much discussion within this chamber. The loss of a child is unimaginable for families, and yet that is the absolutely heartbreaking reality that occurs right across our small province each and every week. For those parents, the days and weeks that follow are often a blur of grief and sometimes debilitating heartbreak. At such a time, families deserve a wraparound service that is working as effectively as possible. And as we all know, from the moment paediatric pathology services became unavailable locally and families were required to rely on arrangements outside Northern Ireland, the already immense burden in these circumstances became heavier still. Since 2019, post-mortem examinations for children here have most often been carried out in England. That situation can sit easily with no one in this House, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Small provinces such as Northern Ireland, which lacks the necessary population scale to maintain a sustainable paediatric pathology service, places additional unnecessary strain on families at the most vulnerable point of their lives. And so neither this chamber nor any Minister of Health should ever seek to try and explain away the situation. And to its credit, the Department has never sought to explain it away. Instead, the Minister has fully embraced the previous independent evaluation of paediatric pathology services. That evaluation resulted in 21 recommendations focused on improving how the service operates and, critically, how families are supported through it. Every one of those recommendations were accepted in full by the Minister. Those recommendations address issues that families themselves have raised and points which have variously been raised in this chamber before. The timeliness of reporting, the quality of communication, consistency of contact, clearer explanations and improved bereavement support. These are practical steps aimed at making a deeply sensitive process more humane and more responsive to the needs of patients and parents. There is no doubt that the severe workforce constraints in such a specialised field are a major barrier, but sadly, Northern Ireland is not unique in that regard, but that is why we should continue to explore every avenue possible. I welcome the ongoing work to explore cross-border and all-Ireland cooperation. In a region of our size, with highly specialised service and limited numbers of trained professionals, collaboration is often not only sensible, but necessary. As has been demonstrated in a number of services now, building resilient networks can deliver real benefits for families here. I hope that an all-island paediatric pathology may in the future be another service that could support families equally on both sides of the border when dealing with such a major and heartbreaking episode in their lives. And I'd want to put in record, I'm sure everyone in the House would agree with me, that this is probably one of the most sensitive and saddest debates that we have had in this chamber in recent months, and I commend my colleagues on the other side of the House for giving us the opportunity to debate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin McGrath.
And just to echo those final remarks from a colleague across the House, that this is one of those issues that brings everybody together and allows us to be able to respond in that sympathetic and caring way, acknowledging the pain and the suffering that people go through. It doesn't matter which community you're from or where you're from. This is something, when it would happen in your household, it's an absolute tragedy, and it would cause immense pain and immense suffering. And it acknowledges the fact that when that moment comes, as if things aren't bad enough, the fact that there needs to be that physical location of moving the remains over to England in order to have this procedure carried out adds to that pain. It contributes to the suffering that parents are facing at a moment that is totally unimaginable to those unless they have been through that process. And whenever we think about the process that they must go through, rather than it being something that is able to be availed of locally, it's something that even a logistical issue must add to that pain. The paperwork, the timings, the arrangements, trying to get all of that sorted out must surely add to the suffering and the pain. And when we think of how we deliver all elements of our health service, but specifically this part of our health service, it really does mean that we all come together to try and see, is there a way that we can overcome this issue so that people do not have to face the unimaginable should it happen? Is there a way that we can provide the service where it is accessible, it can be carried out professionally, it can be carried out quickly, and then families are able to move on with their grief and that process, and that start of a grief process with separation or travel at that time, it does not help that process that people have to go through. And this isn't simply an neutral administrative issue. It's something that places a totally unfair burden on families. And the department commissioned that independent evaluation and accepted all 21 recommendations and is now exploring options, including an all-island collaboration, and that is welcome. I think that there should be, if we're told that there aren't sufficient numbers within the north to be able to deal with this, there surely should be some sort of opportunity on an all-island basis to be able to deliver the service, and on that basis the motion is simple and very reasonable as it aims to try and reach out and help people in that moment. It does call for the urgent publication of a clear, comprehensive implementation plan to restore the services so families know what will change, when it will change, and that this issue is finally being treated with the seriousness that it deserves. We owe it to bereaved families to do better, and we owe them care that is local, timely and compassionate, and above all we owe them dignity at the very worst moment of their lives. And it is good to know that we are all on the same page of this, and I hope that it means that we can move towards a solution for those families. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicola Leah Flynn.
And so look, I think people have basically touched on all the key points and the motivation that obviously brought this motion to the House today. And Diane made a point earlier, and I just want to repeat it, that when we talk about all-island cooperation, all-island collaboration, you know, at times people might make assessments and judgments that you're having these discussions based on politics or to be political, and that is not what this is. So I'm glad that, and I hope that everyone recognises that regardless from whichever party brought this motion forward, the motivation at the heart of it is to try and take away that absolutely dreadful decision-making process that up until now and for the past 7 years families have had to make. And as a mother myself, people have spoke about, you know, like this is what we're talking about here. Alan said it very eloquently, that we're speaking about the most unimaginable pain, and Colin referenced it too. There's families going through this on a daily basis, and as a mother, I cannot even imagine the grief of losing a child, but then on top of that, to have to sit down and make that decision about setting your child, putting your child onto a boat or onto an airplane across the water to have a post-mortem carried out. It's very, very hard to even try and put yourself in the shoes of those families that have had to go through that. So I also want to acknowledge that I know that the Health Minister has referenced this issue in the Chamber. I think it was quite recently, it was a number of months ago. It is my understanding that we've been raising this at Health Committee, as he'll know, and his predecessor, over the past number of years, and we know that, and we welcome the fact that discussions have been ongoing and trying to find a solution where the service can be kept sort of, you know, on the island. It was my understanding, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're maybe getting to a position where it was getting closer to making a decision, or a decision was going to be imminent, or some sort of movement, but then that changed. And I think his latest update to the Assembly Chamber was that the South are now facing, regrettably, their own capacity issues, with 2 out of 3 of their paediatric pathologists due to retire soon. So for me, coming out of all this is we don't have any at present. The South are obviously facing their own shortage and their own difficulties, and we've heard about how even more widespread that is in Britain and possibly globally. So for us going forward here, I think it's really important just to make the point that any conversations we can, or any options that we can explore with the South, I don't know how achievable it is, but for the sake of every citizen living right across the island, no one wants to be in that position about putting a baby or a child onto a boat or an airplane for a post-mortem. So it actually benefits the South as much as it benefits ourselves to try and find an all-island localised solution. I know that mightn't be something that can happen in the short term or even the medium term. It's probably going to require a broader discussion around workforce training on the island for when we're looking at specialities such as this. But that, if it's not being done, and it probably is, it needs to be done. So at least we can give families who have already went through this situation, that we can give them the reassurance and the comfort that we are trying to change the awful situation that we're in, the terrible situation that we're placing those families in. And it was the chair of the Health Committee, and my colleague Philip McGuigan had mentioned the other good examples of the children's heart surgery, and also then the Altnagevan, the Cancer Centre, but the importance of the public actually realising that we really, really do care, and if we can find a solution, even if it is the digital stuff, if the digital stuff can work, then let's do it and let's look at it. But it's just whatever stops what's happening at the minute from happening, because just no one wants to be in that position. Gormailga.
Thank you. Call Alan Robinson.
Deputy Speaker, Thank you to the proposers of the motion. All of us should indeed be concerned that more than 6 years since paediatric post-mortem services were outsourced, we still do not have a full locally based service. I say the words interim arrangements loosely, but what was supposed to be a temporary solution has now become entrenched. There is no doubt the transport of deceased infants or children to England imposes a really devastating emotional challenge to families. A mother whose baby was stillborn described the cruel heartbreak of having to send her son to Alderhay for the post-mortem. Families are forced to make a really tough decision in their darkest hour, away from all their family support networks, at an added cost sometimes and with greater distress. Indeed, a local councillor has also expressed their dismay. As recently as February of last year, Julie Flaherty, recalling her own loss, called it disgraceful that after 6 years we still call these arrangements interim. Another mother, Victoria Buckley, lost her baby Ollie in 2024. She described how she was told her child would be taken to Liverpool for a post-mortem and said it felt like saying goodbye 2 or 3 times. It felt like I was having to say goodbye to my baby 2 or 3 times, she told The Independent. First, when I was told he had died, the second time when he was taken to Liverpool, and the third time at the funeral. It's the most unnatural thing for a mother, she says. You've just given birth, and even though the baby has died, you still want to protect them. To give your baby to strangers to go to another country is just horrific, she says. Parents or family members who wish to travel with their baby to Liverpool are supposed to be given the option to do so, but Mrs. Buckley said that she was not made aware of this. To understand how we got here, we obviously have to look back. The problem originates from the resignation of the sole paediatric pathologist at Belfast Trust. Multiple recruitment drives followed, national and international, but despite these efforts, we still have an unfilled specialist post. A report by the Institute of Anatomical Sciences in 2018 noted that around 240 paediatric post-mortem examinations are carried out here in the province annually, the vast majority involving stillborn babies, miscarriages or infants who died shortly after birth. In a speciality this small and delicate, even a single vacancy can collapse the entire service. It is important to acknowledge that this is not just an issue unique to here. Paediatric and perinatal pathology is one of the smallest specialities in the UK, with only approximately 52 consultants. According to the Royal College of Pathologists, there are significant workforce challenges. Many consultant posts are unfilled, and training posts, I understand, in Northern Ireland are non-existent. Recent figures state that there are 43 consultants in England, 7 in Scotland, 2 in Wales, and 30 positions that need filling, leaving a vacancy gap of 37%. And many specialists are approaching retirement. The college estimates 23% intend to retire in the next 5 years, compounding the shortage. And these pressures are similar in the Republic of Ireland. However, I do have to be fair to the department, as it is a matter that has not been totally ignored. The Department of Health did, as we all have referred to in here, entered into the formal arrangements with Alderhay, and many families do say that they have been supported sensitively during the difficult process. And the department commissioned an independent evaluation conducted by Queen's University, which produced the 21-point set of recommendations to improve the service. And the department has accepted them in full, and they are being actioned. In tandem, as part of longer-term planning, the Northern Ireland Pathology Network is working on workforce transformation. In the June 2024 Regional Strategic Workforce Review for Pathology Services, a board was formed to drive implementation. These steps are all important, and they must be recognised and welcomed, but families say progress has been too slow. They also say that shipping grieving families and their children off to another country for post-mortem is cruel. The North Coast, where I represent, is not around the corner to somewhere like Dublin. It is a 3-hour drive away. Either way, specialist care locally should be our goal. Requiring parents to travel long distances, wait and navigate their way through a distressing process adds to the trauma that they've just experienced, multiplies emotional trauma for bereaved families at their very darkest hour.
Thank you. I call Sinead Ellis.
I want to thank colleagues around the Chamber for their compassionate approach to this debate today, because paediatric pathology is an essential component of our healthcare system, and I think it's important for us to state that and to understand that, because it provides crucial insights into the causes of illnesses and death in children, and it gives us answers, and it gives the grieving families answers, and it does enable advancements in medical research as well. So the lack of a dedicated paediatric pathology service in the North since 2019 does represent a gap in our healthcare system that can no longer be ignored. Not only does the absence of paediatric pathology services place an undue burden on families, on healthcare professionals and on the broader medical community, the absence of such a service means that cases must often be referred to, as we've heard today, to other regions, for example Alderhay Hospital in Liverpool, and this creates a delay in diagnosis and it increases the stress for families. And furthermore, and this is a crucial point, it denies us the opportunity to build local expertise and a comprehensive understanding of the unique health issues and health challenges that face children here in the North. The death of a child is an agonising experience for families, and I want to acknowledge those families who have shared their experience with me. Families who, despite going through the most unimaginable pain any parent could endure, have resolved to ensure that no other family should have their pain and trauma compounded due to this gap in our healthcare system. I have sat with grieving parents in their living room as they recounted the trauma of being told that in order to understand the cause of the death of their child, they must go to Liverpool for post-mortem. Sometimes it's not always possible for one or both of the parents to accompany their child on that journey to Liverpool, and then there is the agonising wait for results of the post-mortem and for their child to return home for burial. And I think it's important, and I would like colleagues across the Chamber to listen to the words of two mothers from my constituency, and for us to reflect on those and recommit ourselves to ensuring that no other family has to face this. One mother told me, "Leaving our daughter in the hospital, knowing she was going to be travelling to Liverpool without us for her post-mortem, was the most painful thing we've ever experienced. This is vital. Grieving parents should not have this added layer of trauma." Another woman from Southdown, another mother, told me, "It is extremely disappointing that this has not been resolved since the loss of our son in 2020. The added stress and trauma to our family in our darkest of times, words can never express the pain." And as colleagues across the Chamber have said, repeated attempts to recruit a full-time paediatric pathologist here in the North have proved unsuccessful. And I reflect on the comments from Diane in terms of the issues that the population in the South are also experiencing. But a problem shared is a problem halved, and I would like for us, for Health Services North and South, for us both to plan a way through this together, because that would ease the burden on families who are already experiencing the most unimaginable trauma once their child has passed away. And I know the Minister gets this, I know he does, and I know he wants to see this matter resolved, and I know that his colleague, his predecessor, was also committed to resolving this matter as well, and I have numerous correspondence from him dating back to 2020 outlining his attempts to resolve this with his counterpart in the South. So I know that there is the will to resolve this. I want to acknowledge that. But what we need to see now, and I think what we're all calling for across this House, is action, and we need to see details and a plan as to how we can sustain this service here at home. Since the paediatric pathology services have ceased here in the North in 2019, Sinn Féin, along with colleagues across the Chamber, have been calling for the all-island paediatric pathology option to be explored, because we've seen the value of cross-border cooperation in healthcare through the North West Cancer Centre at Galvin and the all-island paediatric cardiology service. So there is no reason why we can't see the same cooperation on paediatric pathology as well. The families I've spoken to are simply calling for a common sense approach to this matter, to ease the burden on families who are already experiencing significant trauma and grief. Last Cancorla, we need to do better for those families who unfortunately need to access post-mortem services following the death of their child. I think that is the least that we can do for those families at that time. Gura Maigat.
Colin Gildernew.
And I'm very delighted to be able to join this debate today. It's a really important one, and one that I have raised with the Minister and during my time as Chair of the Health Committee. During that period of time, I actually visited the Children's Hospital in Crumlin, and they actually raised the issue with me because they pointed up the fact that in order to have a full rota and to allow people to have their training opportunities, weekends, time with families, emergencies, to staff a proper rota, you need a minimum of 4 consultants. And in their assessment, to justify that type of rota, you need a population of approximately 7 million. So they were making the point, we don't have that in the 26 counties, you clearly don't have it in the north, but together we would have that. I have to say also at the very end of the Health Committee in the last mandate, when we produced our legacy report, and Noel Allen was a colleague of mine on that particular committee, our legacy report identified the fact that we must, if we're going to provide world-class services for all of our people, we must work together better and where we can effectively across this island to provide those type of health services. And just to say finally, the reality of it is really what everyone here has mentioned is the impact it's having on people. It's really desperate, and I know in one case in my own constituency, a mother who had to take her own child to England for that post-mortem didn't even know throughout the course of her journey whether she will be able to take her child's body home with her again. And that's a horrendous situation to put people in. So I think we can do better.
Thank you. I call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, thank you members for raising this motion, but I speak with a sense of frustration because it was a few years ago that I addressed this. I think the previous Chair of the Health Committee, a colleague from West Belfast on the Health Committee then and now as well, spoke about this issue as well, so I feel frustration for those affected, and obviously agreeing with others, Deputy Speaker, that the absence of a paediatric pathology service in the north is a disgrace. It's a complete disgrace. And since 2019, as we've heard, grieving families who have lost babies and young children have been forced to send their loved ones to Liverpool for post-mortem examinations. That's nearly 1,000 children, almost 5 a week, coming from England. And behind all those statistics, which is a big enough figure, is obviously a family experiencing heartbreak, unimaginable heartbreak, that people have stated, which is essentially made worse. Their grief is compounded by a system that forces them to be separated from their child at the most traumatic moment of their lives. And understandably, many families simply cannot face this unnatural and cruel process. They go without a post-mortem, without answers and denied closure because the Department of Health can't provide this basic service, which it is, a basic service locally, and I'd say the department are failing bereaved families. This is fundamentally a workforce crisis, and there are no paediatric pathology consultants in post here, as we've heard, due to recruitment and staffing crisis that strain services right across our health service. But I do note the comments from the current Chair of the Health Committee, who said that we have got people training in the sector who, in theory, could be supported to become consultants or a step away from that, and I don't know what the Minister is doing to try and keep those trained, skilled people here. Meanwhile, Deputy Speaker, families wait months and sometimes over a year for post-mortem reports, and this is totally unacceptable. All-Island collaboration, as members have mentioned, from across a range of parties offers an important way forward. The Minister has apparently had positive discussions with his counterparts in the South. I'm sure he's going to say something to that effect about developing some kind of All-Ireland pathology network service. Obviously, like others, I would welcome an update on those, but I think people need more than hearing about discussions or reports from discussions. I think they want to see action, and that's essential. With around 100,000 births across the island each year and a relatively small population, we should be pooling resources, sharing expertise, and making sure no family faces the unnecessary trauma of lengthy travel and separation. But collaboration alone isn't enough. We need properly funded local services, and the so-called, as other members have said, Deputy Speaker, so-called temporary arrangements with Alderhay Hospital have been in place for 6 years. This is anything but temporary. It's moving towards permanent. And it's become the new normal, and it's completely and totally unacceptable. We do need urgently, Deputy Speaker, investment in infrastructure, training, recruitment and fair pay for all healthcare workers to restore local services. And in the meantime, the department needs to develop sustainable all-island provision. Families here deserve better. They deserve compassionate care close to home, timely answers and support networks they can access without travelling across the Irish Sea, and they aren't getting that as things stand. They haven't been getting that for the last 6 years. Our bereaved families have waited far too long already. The Minister has to publish a comprehensive implementation plan with concrete timelines and invest in the restoration of this essential service. Otherwise, Deputy Speaker, I fear the families will be failed for 6, 7 years or further generations to come. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister of Health to respond, and Minister, you will have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the movers of the motion, and particularly want to acknowledge Philip McGuigan for setting the tone in his opening remarks by reminding us it's not about systems, it's not about structures, it's about people, it's about families. Mr Donnelly gave a figure of just over 1,000. The statistics I was given for Alder Hey over the last 5 years are remarkably consistent. It's in and around 200 babies a year. So over 5 years we're up at 1,000. 200 a year. Could you imagine if we took 1 year's cohort and 200 families were beyond those doors in the Great Hall? Or upstairs in the Long Gallery? 200 families? I think that's a pretty stark visual illustration of how deep this problem runs. And it's 200 a year, and there's no sign of that changing anytime soon. So I do want to acknowledge that while Alder Hey is obviously not the optimum solution, it is the only one that we have at the moment. So it's vitally important. And it is a high quality service. And it's one I value because it does ensure families continue to have access to the full range of perinatal and paediatric pathology services. And since we started the service level agreement with Alder Hey, we've worked closely with local charities to try and ensure that every baby, every child who requires a post-mortem is treated with the utmost respect, and that's at all stages of the process, and that the families receive the care, the support and the information. It's really important to communicate the information they need during these very traumatic circumstances. And that said, I accept there have been occasions where those standards have not been met. But it's important to thank those families who've spoken about their experiences, not just positively, but negatively, because we have to understand if we're going to maintain those high standards. Now, I'll come on to the evaluation and action plan in a moment, but in the meantime, it's clear to me we would all like to see the situation to be different, to be able to remove the sea journey by restoring a service locally. And I remain committed to exploring all possibilities, including an all-island service. But it's important we ground this important discussion in terms of what is feasible and what is realistic. Members are aware, it's well documented, that there is a global, not a local or a national, but a global shortage of paediatric pathologists. And a sustainable local service would require a team of at least 3 specialists, alongside long-term training and retention strategies. But I'm interested in what Mr. Gildennew said in terms of needing a minimum of 4 and a population of 7 million. But whatever the numbers, it remains a challenge that's not unique to Northern Ireland, but felt across the UK and internationally. The need to train and retain more paediatric and perinatal pathologists over the next decade has been widely recognised as essential for successful planning and for sustainability. So this makes the restoration of the former service here in Belfast, as the motion calls for, very challenging. And that being the case, although far from straightforward, I am seeking to develop this service on an all-island basis. It is one of those occasions, one of those rare occasions, when money is not the issue. It's the workforce. Now, one of my earliest actions as Minister was to raise this question with former Minister of Health in the Government of Ireland, Minister Stephen Donnelly. In fact, the first time I met him, the two things at the top of my agenda were paediatric pathology and a mother and baby unit. And we had detailed discussions on both, and particularly on this issue, Minister Donnelly was supportive, and likewise his successor, Minister Jennifer Carroll McNeill, has continued in this vein. But as we've talked about capacity, let me just make clear, at no point in my discussions, particularly the beginning with Minister Donnelly, was it the case that I believed or he believed that the Republic had adequate capacity to do paediatric pathology in that jurisdiction. So it wasn't a simple case of additionality to cater for Northern Ireland. It was a case of he needs more and I need more. And so the current situation, again to be clear, is that officials in the Department of Health in both jurisdictions are currently scoping out what they think we need in Northern Ireland and what we think the Republic needs down south. And once we have done that, then we come together and we contrast and compare, and then we hopefully decide on the best way forward, whether that's two separate paediatric pathology services in Belfast and Dublin, or whether we go for an all-island solution. And I have no political or ideological skin in that game. The skin I have in that game is what will deliver the best outcomes for these families suffering that unimaginable loss. So I say it's clear from our conversations, Ireland doesn't currently have the capacity for themselves or to take on additional postmortems from Northern Ireland. As these services move to more centralised models nationally, my priority is to ensure bereaved parents continue to have access to reliable, timely and compassionate care through our current arrangements with Alder Hey, and that these arrangements are meeting the highest standards, both of compassion and care, that we would all wish. To that end, the Department has commissioned an independent evaluation. As many members have mentioned, it was carried out by Queen's, but supported by the Public Health Agency and guided by a stakeholder steering group which included two voluntary and community organisations, SANS and Cruise Bereavement Support. The evaluation has provided a largely reassuring assessment of the service at Alder Hey, with the majority of parents and staff generally positive about their experiences. However, that has not consistently been the case, and it's clear further work is required to improve the timeliness of post-mortem reports, the communication between trusts and families, and that's at every stage of the process. We need to enhance clinical education of those involved, and we need to ensure there's robust follow-up care for the parents. The report, as members have noted, contains 21 recommendations, including enhancements to reporting, communication, clinical education and follow-up for parents. I've accepted all 21, and they've been shared with Trust Chief Executives and the Northern Ireland Medical and Dental Training Agency. The report also concludes that, subject to these improvements, the current service remains the most appropriate and viable option for parents and families at this time. I've also approved a draft action plan to support delivery against the recommendations, and work has commenced with local trusts, with Alder Hey and with other stakeholders to take forward this action plan. But to be clear, that's an implementation plan for the recommendations. There's no separate implementation plan for the restoration of these services locally or on an all-island basis at this stage. We are still scoping our respective jurisdictions. We've made strong progress in delivering key actions that truly matter to families and to staff. The minimum data set with Alder Hey is now agreed, key performance indicator measures are in place, and the service level agreement has been updated to include children up to 16 years of age. We've also put clear processes in place for parents who wish to travel to accompany their baby for a post-mortem. That is a rare occurrence. Trusts have assured us staff have now protected time to report and discuss results with those parents. These, I believe, are important steps forward. However, there has been a slight delay in achieving a number of recommendations, and this has been caused by challenges often outside our control. This includes a short delay in rolling out the regional consent process and bereavement care guidance, where timescales have been impacted by changes to national consent forms and the need to realign these to the agreed Northern Ireland consent form. I'm pleased to say these will be completed by the end of this month. The standardisation of the bereavement midwife role has been extended to the spring of this year. Training and education initiatives, including e-learning and video resources, along with bereavement support pathways, mandatory training and research projects remain firmly on track for completion by March 2026. Other work includes initial scoping of options, as I say, for cross-border cooperation, but also for any less invasive post-mortem approaches. Many members have mentioned this. We're talking about the use of scans, where scans can be taken locally, but those images reviewed remotely. I think we all agree non-invasive techniques, which are in the foothills of development, are to be supported. So we're moving forward with determination, and while there are challenges, the commitment across all partners remains strong. Deputy Speaker, as I come to my conclusion, I cannot be other than straightforward. There is no quick fix to this issue. Any future model, whether local or all-island, will require significant investment in training and service development to build the necessary expertise and capacity. But while the challenges are considerable, I want to thank members for their contributions and reaffirm to them I continue to have a commitment to do everything possible to explore viable options for improving those services for families at the most difficult time they will ever face. And in my determination, I will bear in mind not an empty Great Hall or an empty Long Gallery, but a Long Gallery filled with 200 families representing just 1 year of babies we are sending across the water.
Minister, thank you. With that, I now call on Linda Dillon to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
And I want to thank all of the members who've spoken to this motion today and to the Minister for responding. And again, I think I want to reiterate your words in terms of the tone. I think there's very little between what anybody in this chamber has said today. And I certainly raised on the motion, and my sense of responsibility is much the same as everybody else, because this is not an abstract policy issue. It is about the children, it is about the bereaved parents and families, and it's about how, as a society, we respond at the very moment when families are at their most vulnerable. For far too long, we've had no paediatric pathology service here. That means that when the unthinkable happens, when a child dies in circumstances that require post-mortem examination, families are told that their child must go to England. And let us be clear about what that actually means in real life. It means families who are already shattered by grief being asked to consent to their child's body being transported to another country. It means delays in funeral arrangements. It means additional paperwork, additional waiting, additional uncertainty. And for many families, it means additional trauma and unbearable pain of knowing that their child is alone, far from home, at the very time when the family want to go through the grieving process and make funeral arrangements, and they need to be close to their child. No family should have to endure that on top of their loss. We often talk in this chamber about trauma-informed services, about dignity, about compassion in healthcare. So we can't accept a situation that adds avoidable distress to families at the worst moment of their lives. It's not good enough. This motion rightly acknowledges that the Department of Health has commissioned an independent evaluation, accepted 21 recommendations, and is exploring options including all-island collaboration, and that is welcome. But acknowledgement is not action, exploration is not implementation, and families cannot be comforted by process alone. What they need is certainty. They need to know that this essential service will be restored. They need to know when and how and on what basis. And I want to address directly the issue of all-island collaboration, because I want to be absolutely clear. This is not about ideology. It is not about constitutional arguments. It is about what is practical, workable, and what is compassionate and the right thing to do. If we can work together to create a resilient, sustainable, safe service, that is what we want to do. If the expertise, capacity and sustainability of paediatric pathology services can best be achieved through cooperation across this island, then it is our duty to pursue that and to support the Minister in doing so. Not because of symbolism, but because of service delivery and because of people. When a family have just lost a child, they're asking, will my child be treated with dignity? Will we get answers, and will we be spared further suffering? An all-island approach, only if it delivers timely, high-quality care closer to home, is not a political statement, it is a humane one. We owe it to the children whose lives were too short, we owe it to the families who deserve answers without added trauma, and we owe it to ourselves as legislators to ensure that our health system reflects not only clinical competence but basic human decency. Philip and others have outlined the workforce challenges across these islands. If anything, I think that makes it even more important to look at how we create a sustainable, safe service on this island, wherever that be, north or south. Because it is clear from the figures that have been quoted that the use of Alder here in the future may not be open to us. Because if we have serious workforce challenges in England, babies in England will be prioritised, and I understand that, the same as we will prioritise our babies and our children and our families here. That's our responsibility to do so. So what I want to understand, and Orlea also outlined the issue of workforce planning and training as an all-island in specialities, not just in this, but we are particularly talking to this today. So I would be happy to give way to the Minister when I've finished, if he wants to answer, if discussions have been had with the Minister in the South around the actual workforce planning and training for this speciality, not just how we develop the service, but have we looked at it from the very beginning, from the very starting point, and I know that that was also referred to by Colm and by others, and I think it's important to acknowledge that. Results are important for parents, particularly when planning future pregnancies, and that was referred to by both Diane and Sinead, and it is an extremely important issue. And I want to thank other members, including Alan, for your empathetic comments and for the understanding of what this motion is about. It is about delivering for families. It is about making sure that we don't, as an Assembly and as a legislature and as a health department and minister, create additional trauma for families where it need not be the case. You know, and Colm identified that the combined population north and south is what is required to sustain the service. So again, happy to let the Minister reference that issue around the workforce planning. And I'm glad to hear the commentary from the Minister that on this occasion money is not the issue, it is the workforce and it is how we deliver it in the best possible way. So I want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge, and I know the Minister has said that they've worked closely with SANS and Cruise bereavement services. I think it is important that we acknowledge them at this time, because when families have to make these decisions, they absolutely need the support from specialist services to be able to cope with and deal with the trauma, but also to be able to deal with the logistics. And there are organisations out there that help them with that as well, and I think that it is important that we acknowledge that. So I just want to finish by saying again, I'm happy to let the Minister give the Minister an intervention if he wants to respond on this. I appreciate that the scoping work is ongoing, but we are 7 years down the line now, and I would really appreciate if the committee could get regular updates on the scoping work and timelines and outcomes and recommendations, because that's really where we need to be. And I accept that there is no quick fix. Totally understand that. There is no quick fix, but we do need to know what is the fix and how long will it take. Yes, I'm happy to take an intervention.
For giving way. I'm no longer on the Health Committee, she knows, and she is. Could the member indicate whether the families who have to travel to England, whether they're financially supported by the Trust or the Department, or whether that comes out of their own pocket? I generally don't know and appreciate if she or the committee knows the answer to that question.
So I have offered the Minister the opportunity to come in, but it is my understanding that he actually referenced that just at the end of his commentary there to say that they are supported in terms of being able to travel with their children. But does the Minister want to come in on that to address that particular point?
In terms of travelling with the baby, they can do, but I understand it is very rare that they actually do that, because the post-mortem, as you will understand, is a clinical process, and there is no role for the families beyond waiting outside of where the process is being undertaken. So I believe it's very rare. Can I just say, we have a service level agreement with Alderhay. So, your point that you could reach a point where they say English babies come first. There would have to be a break in the service level agreement, or we would have to run out. And your other point about workforce planning, as I say, we are scoping what we think we would need if we were having a dedicated service in Belfast for Northern Ireland, which would be my first preference, so that people don't have to travel, even across the border. And Dublin are doing the same thing for their jurisdiction. And once we have got those two scoping exercises down on paper, then we come together and we say, are we better doing the All-Ireland service? And at that point, then you look at the All-Ireland workforce. So I think there's just there's a logic to it and a sequence to that workforce planning.
And the Minister for the intervention, and I understand your point, but I would probably come at it from a different angle and say the logic is, let's look at what workforce we need and work from there, because we know the workforce does not exist, and if we're trying to recruit, we're recruiting against all of the other places that also cannot recruit. So I think that we need to seriously look at what our starting point is. Is it around working together to train? In many specialities, I've raised other issues with you before, but particularly today we're talking about this speciality, so I think that we just need to have a real focused conversation between the ministers around what the best way to come at that is, and is it from the starting point of workforce planning and training, and then ensuring that we have a resilient workforce to go forward and ensure that we can deliver this service for the families here, because I'm quite sure that many in this chamber will have been through the experience of losing a child within their own wider family circle. I certainly know that I have. It was pre-2019, so that decision did not have to be made, thank God, but I would not want to be in the position of seeing any of my family members or anybody I care about having to make a decision like that. So my heart is really with, and I want to thank Sinead for reflecting the specific words of mummies who have had to make that decision and who have been in that position. I think it's important that their words are heard.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Would members please take their ease and allow for a change at the table before the next item? Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Diane Forsyth to raise the matter of recurrent flooding and lack of recovery actions in South Down. I call Diane Forsyth, and you will have up to 15 minutes. Over to you, Diane.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister and South Down colleagues for being here today, and I'm sure that we are all united in a desire to make real improvements and address the issue of recurrent flooding and the lack of recovery in South Down. As we all know, living and working and representing a rural constituency like South Down brings us some really specific challenges, some issues right around infrastructure which are very different to urban areas, and I know the Minister represents a constituency that is also quite rural and understands these issues. In South Down we don't have rail links, we don't have motorways, big dual carriageways or significant road networks. It's the smaller rural road network that we travel on and very much rely on. Long before I was elected to be an MLA, I remember the same areas flooding over and over again. Some have moved a little bit, but they are largely the same, and it frustrates me as a resident and a commuter, and I completely understand why people in my constituency are so annoyed at the repeated issue, because I am one of them too. It is so visible and it affects everyone. Constituents of mine are rightly frustrated, they feel exasperated, and they keep asking, what is anyone doing about this? What are our politicians doing? I raise the issues regularly, frequently, and genuinely do my best to make the case for the people in my area, as do my team on the local council, and as do the other local elected representatives around the chamber and in our local council. And it is frustrating not to see anything change, and we need to do something to address the public concern. So I've taken this opportunity to bring it to the Assembly today, just to demonstrate how seriously that I take this, and to take the opportunity for the Infrastructure Minister to hear some of the very real issues on the ground. And as I said, our rural road network in South Down is critical to all of us who live and work there. And one of the most significant roads is the A2, which runs right down the coast from Newcastle right through towards Warren Point. And when there's a problem with this road, it causes absolute mayhem. The large haulage vehicles, buses struggle with the back road diversions whenever these roads are blocked. Ambulances and emergency services cannot get through. Things come to a standstill. Along the A2, one of the worst areas for significant and recurrent flooding is the stretch from the Shannockmore Outdoor Adventure Centre through to Bloody Bridge. And since I was a child, I remember how badly that this area flooded, virtually every single time that there has been heavy rain. In one of the last lots of heavy rain, it flooded so quickly that cars had to be abandoned and the PSNI had to issue a notice to avoid the road. It was a crisis situation, and for this part of the road to flood so badly, to close this road, the diversion route is up through Bryansford, which in itself, in that last bad rain, had a number of floods of its own. As an elected representative, people turn to me to say, what can we do differently? And I just don't know, so I'm just bringing this to this House today to think that together we can come up with some type of solutions. But when you approach this area at Shannockmore, Bloody Bridge, and look at this flood, there's something really ironic about looking at a road hugely flooded, like a swimming pool, when its outside wall literally is at the coast where you can see the sea. And I'm not an engineer or an expert in any way, but is there no way that these huge floods lying on the roads can be helped to get out to that sea to clear the roads? This was one of the first significant road issues that came up when I was elected, and there just seems to be continual clearing, crisis management, but nothing really fully resolves this issue, and the road itself further deteriorates. There really needs to be a serious permanent solution and action plan. There's a clear lack of recovery action also in assessing and maintaining the roads after they've been flooded, and this does not inspire public confidence either, as the roads are visibly eroding away, where they have collapsed in places and the claims of damage to cars increase. And I see these coming through my constituency office, increasing obviously after frost recently, but after the floods as well. It was particularly prevalent further down the A2 in Kilkeel a couple of years ago, where recurrent flooding, the main road actually collapsed inwardly, with a sinkhole just below Riverside in Kilkeel completely cutting the town off. And following that, I've called for a full review of the structure of this road, with particular segments of extreme concern as the cliff edges corrode away into the beach. In December 2024, I had a debate here on the local roads, and following that, the previous Infrastructure Minister had taken action and approved a review, and a few miles of resurfacing took place on the A2 from Kilkeel out to Ballymartin. There really needs to be a full review of this road, our main access point in the Mournes. The previous minister promised it, and I asked you, Minister, when you took up office on it, but we haven't seen it progress. And I know the local councillors in Newry and Down Council have written to you on this also, and I would appeal to you to please urgently review this road. Also along the A2, we have significant recurrent flooding on dangerous corners in Glasdrummond and also at Killowen. Killowen was on the news in recent flooding with people going down in their canoes to bring people their groceries shopping. Such as it cut off. Whenever this happens, the entire area is shut down. People literally stranded in their homes. Every time there's severe flooding, it's the same. The people who live there are just devastated by it, damage to their homes, and they're not seeing action brought forward. I understand there are a range of issues, but they do need to be actioned. There are a number of local estates with issues, including Greenville Estate and Kilkeel, where the river through the estate is never addressed, and homes in the park keep getting flooded with the same issues every single time. People deserve better than this. They cannot raise the issues any louder, and I don't know where else to raise them to as an elected representative. Then we have Newcastle, where recurrent flooding has been so bad that the Newcastle Regional Community Resilience Group was set up. And I know, Minister, that you have met with them, and I appreciate you coming to the constituency and doing that. Now, they're a community organisation that was established following a perceived lack of government agency support, with homes submerged back in 2019 and 2023, causing severe damage and insurance policy hikes. Minister, things are still terrible, and I agree with this group that the stick and plaster solutions have left them on the verge of collapse. Recent flooding in Tullybrannigan was horrific, cited as the worst in 40 years. I was up at it and just couldn't believe some of the things that I had seen. Minister, we need to sort out once and for all the horrendous drainage problems in the Newcastle area. The out-of-serve flooding and drains surcharged yet again on the 19th of October 2025 in Marguerite Avenue, an area which has been flooded many times before. We need to see replacement of the inadequate pumping station in Marguerite, which is not fit for purpose. The emergency protocol currently in place, whereby a temporary pump is brought in at short notice, is only a stick and plaster, as the pump was once again found to be ineffective during the heavy rainfall in October past, when floodwater spilled out yet again into the avenue, with a total of 5 gullies submerged under floodwater at 5:30 p.m, even when the rain had eased. The area has been badly flooded before in the autumn of 2023, despite the flood walls being in place. And I support the calls of this group and of the wider Newcastle community, and I urge NI Water and you as Minister to take action to try to sort out this issue once and for all before we have another catastrophic flooding incident. As a local representative, I don't want to be taking media calls on these catastrophes in my constituency. I want to see them addressed. And finally, on some specific recurrent issues, I highlight Downpatrick. We've discussed it in this chamber a number of times before, and the long-standing issues here, just like with Newcastle, need a permanent solution. For too long, planning has not taken account of the local floodplains. As local elected representatives, we joined together in 2023 when the heart was completely ripped out of the county town as it submerged in water, in what seemed like everything that could go wrong at the one time came together, with a slow and poorly communicated series of recovery actions that led to huge delays, devastating many businesses who have never recovered, the devastation to the Downpatrick and County Railway, and for the people of Downpatrick to see the low response and the lack of recovery actions on a long-term basis to date is, quite frankly, soul-destroying. And Minister, I ask you today to please outline what steps that you will take to address this going forward for the people in Downpatrick. Minister, I know that you are one person and you cannot solve everything, but I believe by taking on board these issues, you can show the people of South Down that you are listening and taking their issues of recurrent flooding seriously and direct a plan of action. I believe that we all need to work together to tackle these important issues, because we really need to restore public confidence in what we can achieve together. We cannot continue like this, with people panicking with every single weather warning. There are plenty of weather warnings lately, but every time there's one coming for heavy rain, I'm having people on panicking looking for their sandbags, trying to get their crisis numbers and stocking up their homes. In South Down, the floods and storms of 2023 left land stoppages and some partial road closures at the Shore Road Straver for over a year, and the Kilkeel Road at Hilltown, which is still reduced to one lane over 2 years on. And Minister, I ask, as do many members of the public, what's the cost of the temporary traffic lights here? I'm sure that it is eye-watering. The visible lack of progress on this particular road 2 years on a main road through the mountains, again, is such a frustration for local people who are regularly travelling between Hilltown and Rathfriland to and from the Mourns, which is a busy route. And I'm pleased to hear that work will progress on this soon with the appointment of a contractor, and I hope the Minister can provide us with some more detail on this. But Minister, overall I believe that we all want the same thing here. We don't want recurrent flooding issues to cripple my constituency or anywhere else. I understand the financial pressures that you're under, but as I said to you before, I said in the House today, constituents of mine are frustrated, they're exasperated, asking, what are you doing? What are our politicians doing? Why is no one looking at this? And I do raise them repeatedly, and I brought it to this House today because I just don't know what more that I can do. To ask you, Minister, to please recognise the issues and make a public commitment today to take some meaningful action on the recurrent flooding issues across South Down. It's been going on for too long, and our local people deserve better. And thank everyone for staying for this adjournment debate, and I hope we can take this opportunity to join together and see some action. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. All other speakers will now have approximately 6 minutes, and I call on Cathy Mason. Cathy.
And I want to firstly thank Diane Forsyth for bringing this adjournment debate here today, this evening. Cancorlia, extreme weather is no longer an exception. It's our reality, and it's our reality in South Down. In 2023, as has already been mentioned, the Patrick flood and the recurring flooding in Newcastle is causing concern and fear amongst the local community. And I do mention Downpatrick and Newcastle specifically, but of course there are many areas and many homes that are under risk of localised flooding, and there are areas that have never flooded before. There is a clear need for all departments to tailor their responses to the frequency and severity of extreme weather events and making it increasingly clearer. For many households in Newcastle, they were only millimetres away from their homes being flooded again in October of last year. At the early stages of the potential flooding, the Infrastructure Minister Liz Kimmins acted swiftly. She made sure that upwards of 1,200 sandbags were made available, extra sandbags were made available to prevent flood damages to households in that area. DFI Roads and Rivers officials were on the ground monitoring water levels at Shimney River and clearing large stone and debris to help relieve that water. And advice from the Infrastructure Minister was consistent, and immediate action was taken to prevent extreme flood damages. And I have to pay tribute to those DFI, Rivers and Roads officials, and of course our council staff, who are always out on the ground battling the elements during these events. We are, as has been mentioned by Diane, so fortunate to have the strong support of our local community, particularly the Newcastle Regional Community Resilience Group, who provided vital communication throughout the flooding, and also, of course, to the Mourne Mountain Rescue Team, who in that instance did bring down a stranded hiker to safety from the Mourns. Saying all that, whilst there have been great strides made to protect homes and businesses, there are, of course, lessons that need to be learnt from all departments to ensure that they are all ready and able to respond to storm and flood risks, especially in South Down. And this is right across the board. We must ensure that lessons are learnt in order to aid recovery. Lessons clearly must be learnt from the Education Ministers and the EA's delays in closing schools during Storm Amy, and the lack of clear and timely communication caused chaos for schools and families. So there does need to be much better communication and coordination between the Department and the Met Office in preparation for school closures across South Down. And when extreme weather conditions cause threat to those who are homeless, we've seen this very recently during the cold snap, the Department of Communities, the Housing Executive and our local councils must be able to enact their severe weather emergency protocol to protect those who are most vulnerable. The reality is at present there isn't sufficient emergency accommodation right across the north, to ensure that every person can access safe and local emergency accommodation if and when they need it. And just today, we've seen shocking figures that the housing waiting times in South Down are the longest in the north. Some families are having to wait approximately 45 months. This leaves families who are already in vulnerable living arrangements at risk of having no safe shelter during storms. This is just not acceptable in this day and age. I think everyone would agree. We need the Communities Minister to work alongside everyone to ensure that emergency accommodation is available always, but at the very least when we see these extreme conditions. Cancorlia, we are still dealing with the aftermath of the devastating flooding that affected Downpatrick and Newcastle in 2023, which have had severe impact on the whole local area. And despite extremely challenging circumstances, the resilience of our small and family local businesses and the remarkable community spirit shone through when everyone came together to support one another. We've seen the former Economy Minister Conor Murphy's announcement of the flood support scheme, and that provided vital relief to small and family-run traders, helping them to restore their premises and continue serving their communities. I also want to acknowledge the work of former Infrastructure Minister John O'Dowd, who laid important groundwork. And of course, I want to thank the current Infrastructure Minister Liz Kimmins for her continued engagement and, I have to say, compassion with the residents and the businesses in Newcastle and Downpatrick, listening to the concerns and working to prevent a repeat of such devastating floods. These responses show the importance of all departments working together, not only to reduce damage from extreme weather, but to support our communities to recover and rebuild. When storms and extreme weather strike, every department needs to step up and play their part. We are, of course, better, as we always see when we work together. And that means not only to deliver the interventions required to prevent destruction and damage, but also to intervene and help communities recover and rebuild after disaster strikes.
Thank you very much indeed, Cathy. I call on Andrew McMurray. Andrew.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank Ms Forsyth for bringing forward the motion, and thank the Minister for being here as well. And there can be absolutely no doubt that the recurrent flooding and lack at times of recovery action is one of the top issues that I certainly have been dealing with over the last 2 years. 3 large towns and by connection villages within my constituency have been directly affected by flooding events. Downpatrick has seen its business area severely affected. Newcastle has seen flooding of residential areas and properties. And residents of Kilkeel have regularly seen their main commuting routes, as Ms Forsyth quite rightly says, and felt the brunt of in and out of the town affected. But whether it be structural defects to the roads or the roads being flooded, partially flooded, making their passing impossible. And in fact, just to know the member referenced Shannockmore, and I do remember standing outside there in welly boots and a YV trying to get some of the gullies cleared, so I understand how difficult it can be. The Economy Minister has set aside funding for recovery after 2023 floods. However, the distribution of this money was not without difficulties for many of the businesses affected. Ramifications of this are still being worked out. How flood relief grants to businesses are distributed must be looked at and reviewed. Business groupings in Downpatrick are keen to see more investment in the town, which is still reeling from the effects of the recent flooding. And there has been a frustration with the infrastructure response. A flood alleviation scheme which has been promised, but this will take years to deliver and is still unclear where the funding will become available and works to start anytime soon. Indeed, given the budget situation, I do worry, as do many in Downpatrick, for the timelines of this delivery. In the meantime, there has been a lack of interim measures. Just before Christmas, Marketplace car park was partially flooded. While there had been a period of wet weather, this was nothing unusual in Northern Ireland. The fields along the Ballyduggan Road were saturated, and then came a yellow rain warning. I witnessed the car park being flooded by about 6 to 9 inches of water. Without interim or permanent solutions, Downpatrick is only a few days of rain and a high tide away from flooding again. In Newcastle, we have seen the repeated flooding of residential properties. The Homeowner Flood Protection Grant has helped protect properties in Newcastle, although delivery could have been faster, and it is appreciated. In Infrastructure Committee, we've been looking at the future of that grant as part of the Water, Suds and Flood Management Bill, and one thing that has been raised a lot by witnesses is the need for a wider legibility criteria so that commercial and rental properties can also be protected. That would be helpful for traders in Downpatrick. Kilkeel and Killowen have seen prolonged disruptions through physical degradation of roads And again, the road between Annalong and Newcastle is regularly closed after heavy rain due to localised flooding. And again, I've also wondered at the gravity that you've got cliffs one side and hills the other, and it still doesn't seem to drain away sometimes. All these issues are exacerbated by climate change. And regardless of the causes of it, the science points away. Storm of increasing energies are affecting us, be it winds and be it rain. There's also a frustration amongst the public at inconsistent communication. The Flood Resilience Group has been referenced in Newcastle, and while they are appreciative up to a point, they do feel despondent at times with regards how they are communicated with by the department. This is particularly significant because DFI promotes these groups as the main line of defence against flooding, but provide at times very little support. Yet the Newcastle Group is considering its future role. They want to be more and must be more than just guardians of a container of sandbags. That said, there must be much thanks to the frontline workers of DFI and response groups, as have been mentioned, to issues of flooding in the town. Another issue has been raised to me with the lack of written protocols. NI Water and DFI at times don't appear to have formal written protocol for situations where there is a risk of flooding. The response is more likely to be an established work habit. It's working okay for now, but there's a real worry that an engineer in charge moves on, all that muscle memory is lost. So there's a feeling that a formal written protocol would give the affected communities a lot more confidence in the process. And finally, again, I want to say that what we are seeing is climate change in action. Severe weather will not only get worse, and it was important that we are prepared as possible. I've heard noises from the department that is hopeful of a flood forecasting centre that can be set up in the not too distant future, and I would like to hear an update on that. And we also have heard about climate adaptability, but there's also climate preparedness as well as how we deal with infrastructure in increasing weather events. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. I call him Colin McGrath. Colin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking my constituency colleague for bringing forward this adjournment debate today. I think it is really important that we give a voice to the numerous residents and businesses right across South Down in various locations that feel isolated, left behind, and not getting any assistance in that time of flood whenever they need it the most. If we look at Downpatrick, people were told that following the devastating floods in 2003 in that November, that lessons would be learned. And a report was commissioned and findings were published and assurances were given. And yet here we are, 2 years, more than 2 years on, and for the people on the ground, nothing materially has changed. There's no meaningful preventative action, no visible works, no reassurance that the next series of storms will once again force water into homes, businesses and streets. And as has been referenced by Andy, we saw just before Christmas waters start to rise and rise and rise. And you can actually sense amongst the business community and local residents that their concern levels starts to rise and rise. And then that turns to anger whenever they say, what's been done? What has materially been done that's different, that's going to stop that water from getting into their business and causing exactly the same problems? A report without delivery is not progress. It's a holding exercise, and the people of Downpatrick know that only too well. And they know all too well that for the press releases about outline business cases, that nothing materially has changed, and we don't know when it will. That's the reality. In fact, in a written response from the department, there is reference to an outline business case for the potential Downpatrick flood alleviation scheme. Not confirmed, not funded, it's just a maybe. How does that help our business community to plan? How does that help organisations like the Downpatrick and County Down Railway, who lost fortunes of amounts of money, investment, volunteer hours, and saw all of it just wash away in front of them? And we have an outline business case that is expected by spring 2026. There's an awful lot of ambiguity in that. And then when we look at Newcastle, the contrast could not be starker. After flooding in August 2020, we did see a flood alleviation scheme that was designed, it was funded, and it was delivered in a very short period of time. But when we forward to October 2025, when flooding was in Sunningdale Park, forced water violently down roads, it turned up surfaces and it cascaded towards Tullybrannigan Road and Shansleave Drive. What followed was not action, but in many cases it was agencies arguing with each other. One minister said that it was Northern Ireland Electricity's responsibility, another said that it was down to DFI Rivers, and then somebody said that it was a forestry issue. Meanwhile, the residents were left watching the water rise again, and that's not coordination of organisations, that's an abdication of responsibility by departments wanting to pass it on to somebody else. And then the community is left having to pick up the pieces and to be that front line, and we see that in the Newcastle regional flood resilience groups. They're having to do the heavy lifting in many occasions because the departments are too busy blaming each other. And in Killowen, flooding in 2023 triggered a landslide that closed a lane of the road for months on end. The reality is that the repair works, when they were completed, only took a few weeks, but they had to wait months and months and months for that to be done. The road was partially closed. It caused disruption, isolation, and the real frustration of the local people as the recovery delayed became another form of neglect to them. And in Warrenpoint and Rostrevor, Storm Bram left entire towns impassable. Roads cut off, communities stranded, and once again people asking the same question: how did we allow ourselves to end up so unprepared? What a dire picture this is. And we know that climate change is real and that it is driving more intense and unpredictable weather. But that reality does not excuse inaction. It demands urgency. Preventative work should already be underway. Drainage, gully clearing, culvert clearing, river management, woodland and land use, and also our planning sector, who make decisions which can actually contribute to local flooding rather than preventing it. All of this must be joined up and properly funded. So what preventative work is being delivered now? Not studied, not scoped, but being delivered now. What confidence can the public have that the lessons have been truly learned and that there will be fixes for the problems? Because right now, every time that the rain falls heavily, people in Downpatrick, Newcastle, Killowen, Warrenpoint, not to mention the other areas, they brace themselves for the worst. And the honest truth is this: flooding may be driven by climate change, but the damage that it causes in South Down is being driven by political decisions by the executive to act or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Before I call the Minister, Harry, do you want in? Okay. Minister, over to you, and you have up to 10 minutes.
And first of all, I'd like to thank Diane Forsyth for initiating this debate, and I do think, as you have said in your introductory remarks, this is an issue that unites all of us. From my own perspective as a constituency MLA, a resident of Newry and Armagh, I too share the same issues and concerns that all MLAs here tonight have articulated, and I too want to see solutions and not just sticking plasters. I want solutions that will have real impact for the people that we all represent and the communities that we all live in. I have listened intently to the contributions and the issues that have been raised by members, and I've heard loud and clear the concerns regarding flooding in the South Down area, and I've heard them directly from people in South Down who I have met with over the last number of months since being appointed as Minister. I have been focused on doing what I can to improve the lives of people here. An important part of that focus is flood management activities of my department, and unfortunately, listening to this debate, you would think that nothing was happening, but I have to say there's a huge amount of work, and some of that will take time because a lot of this and the frequency of these incidents are still relatively new to us in terms of how this is impacting not just even our own constituencies but right across the north, and how we deal with that and how we deal with it effectively, that we aren't just firefighting all the time. These activities that the department are focusing on are aimed at reducing the potential adverse consequences of significant floods, primarily on human health in terms of health and safety, economic activity, and as well as the environment. However, it has to be said, and members will be aware, we are, like all departments, we are limited in terms of resources and funding, and that is, no matter how many times people try to dispute this, that is as a result of year after year after year of underinvestment and austerity by successive British governments. That is not an excuse, that is a fact, and that is a reality, and that has led us all to a place where we are constantly trying to play a catch-up and get our houses in order to deal with not just the challenges that face us now, but the challenges that we've been trying to tackle for many, many years. Because without that continued investment and adequate investment in infrastructure, many of the services that we provide will continue to be under this strain. For example, approximately 45,000 properties here, which is approximately 5% of all properties across the north, are currently identified as being at flood risk from rivers, the sea or surface water. And when climate change is taken into consideration, there is an increase of approximately 14,800 properties that will be at risk. I am confident that my department has been proactive in managing flood risk from rivers and sea in recent years, and flood risk management plans have been published in 2015 and again refreshed in 2021. And these identify the measures which need to be implemented to manage flood risk here. The management of flood risk involves numerous interventions, and the most effective method of managing flood risk is to prevent, insofar as is possible, the risk occurring in the first place. Members have alluded to planning, and my department is a statutory consultee in the planning process, and advice on flood risk matters is provided to planning authorities to inform their local development plans and the determination of planning applications. So I would ask the member if there are examples of where we have actually contributed to flooding issues to bring that forward, because I certainly know that we're continually being lobbied by applicants who potentially can't get their applications approved because there's an identified flood risk. And that is part of the work that the department does to try and mitigate for the future, to ensure that we are not seeing whatever that type of development is destroyed through flooding in the future. Following restructuring of central government departments in May 2016, my department assumed the lead government department role for the strategic coordination of the response to all severe weather emergencies, and is responsible for a number of key functions, including working with other organisations to ensure emergency preparations are as good as they can be, and provide knowledge and expertise to help inform the actions of any multi-agency response to severe weather emergencies. And to support this multi-agency response, and mock deployment exercises are held to train staff and test equipment used during a flooding emergency, which has resulted in ongoing continuous improvement to my department's emergency response to flooding. And I think it's an important point to make. I know that the Alliance member for Southdown had raised that there were no protocols, but I would challenge that point, because I think we are continually learning and willing to learn to see what else we can be doing, and that is actually quite an intensive piece of work in terms of how we are trying to train staff and ensure that we have the proper protocols in place to be able to respond. I will indeed.
Thank you, Minister. The point that I was making, and I would just like to make, is that they're not written down, they're not easily available for members of the public to turn to. I don't disagree that there aren't protocols there. I'm just saying, when we talk about the emotional strain, as the member has said, whenever it rains, this really does affect people. And you know, whenever people say, "Can we see the said protocol?" it's not there, and that is what I was referring to. Yes, there are protocols there, but no, sometimes they're not written down. That would help the emotional well-being of some of the public. Thank you.
I appreciate the huge anxiety and stress and devastation that even just one flooding incident can cause, and the long-term impact that can have on individuals, on communities, on business owners. We've referenced the regional community resilience groups that are in place, and Newcastle RCRG are a shining example, and that isn't to be patronising. That is, they are probably one of the exemplars of what that should look like. The department jointly chairs the RCRG group, which over the past 10 years has continued to engage with the communities across the north at risk of severe weather. And at this stage, to give a sense of just how vast this issue is, we are now supporting over 50 communities across the north, and I have no doubt that will continue to rise. But this isn't the department stepping away from its responsibilities in terms of flood risk. In fact, I think the work with communities helps to develop those local response plans, because no two areas are the same, and I think that local expertise and knowledge is critical in terms of how we respond, and complements the engineering solutions and the practical solutions that can be put in place. Regarding resourcing sandbags at the right locations, articulating weather information and alerts where appropriate. And the work of these groups across the north is acknowledged as one of the best approaches to this type of initiative, not only here but also in neighbouring jurisdictions. And I also want to mention the work that has gone on with DFI Rivers and the Business Resilience Group that has developed in Uri through the leadership of Eamon Connolly and Uri Bid, who have also created something really, really important and really effective in terms of that business protection. And I think it's something that other communities, we've talked about Downpatrick and other areas that were devastated by the 2023 floods, could look to in terms of how they move forward. As members will be aware, in December 2025, my officials working alongside multi-agency partners delivered a presentation on the storm preparedness in the House as part of the Parliamentary Excellence Programme. I mean, this presentation was well received, but what I have to say is it was extremely poorly attended. So I think there was an opportunity there for MLAs to go, to hear directly, to speak directly to officials working on these issues and developing how we manage flood risk in the communities that we represent that are impacted. But unfortunately, not too many showed up for that. So if that opportunity arises again, and I'm not trying to be smart by saying this, I genuinely mean it's a good opportunity for us as MLAs to do something and to hear more in greater detail with the people who are actually working on these initiatives. I am conscious that time's gone on, so I'm going to try and get through this as much as possible with your indulgence. Ask Concordia. The department's... Okay, thank you. My department's Rivers Directorate has a 10-year capital works programme to help plan the investment in both new flood defences and existing drainage infrastructure. Projects can be identified through the flood risk management planning process, where we've used predictive flood modelling to identify locations that are at most risk of flooding. And in addition to this, projects can be identified through our local knowledge of places that have a history of flooding, which I think the RCRGs have a key role to play as well. Projects are then prioritised based on a range of criteria, including the current level of flood risk, an estimated cost of flood alleviation works and benefit to cost ratio of potential works. And we currently have over 50 separate projects on the programme, with over half of these in progress at different stages. And I think just to speak to some of the points around the timescales it takes for flood alleviation projects to come to fruition, I would be strongly criticised if I rushed any of this through and we didn't go through the proper procedures. I, like anyone else in this house, and like officials, can become frustrated at the time that these things take, but we have to ensure that we're following the proper procedures to get them through and showing due diligence in relation to these. So it is not a intentional delay or deliberate delay. I think that we have to ensure that what we do, because these projects have the opportunity to be transformative for the people that they are intended for and the communities they're intended to protect. And I think that is so important that we get it right, and we don't have too many chances to do that, particularly as these issues become worse. In relation to South Down specifically, within the South Down area, a feasibility study for Downpatrick has identified viable solutions to protect over 100 properties, and as members have said, further work is being undertaken to develop that business case for the scheme, including a detailed assessment to determine if this preferred option will be economically feasible, and business case is currently expected to be completed by the spring of this year. I'm also very well aware of the recent flooding incidents in Newcastle, the ongoing issues at Marguerite Avenue. I have met with the RCRG there, as I have mentioned, and I know that the temporary solution there, whilst has alleviated to an extent, I recognise that this is not adequate in terms of a long-term solution. On the back of that meeting, I did engage with NI Water and ask them what can they do to deliver a long-term solution, which they have provided some updates on, and these have been shared with the RCRG. The modelling has been taking place to see what will work. I don't think it's as straightforward as we hope, and I'm conscious that it has taken time, but that work is ongoing, and I hope to have further updates in relation to this in the near future. Other members also mentioned the more recent events at Tully Brannigan, and whilst it may seem that the departments are arguing with each other over whose responsibility for that, I think that it is much more complex than saying it's one department's fault or it's not. I think that the fact that this is as a result of a huge amount of water running off the side of the mountain indicates that there is a complex issue here. I think from a DFI perspective, we've looked into this, and no amount of gully clear in there would have been able to take the volumes of water that came down the side of that mountain. So the onus is on all of the departments responsible to come together to look at what caused that and what can we do to mitigate that going forward. And that's something that is currently being looked at as we move forward. In relation to some of the other points that have been raised around the A2, I am pleased to be able to say there has been some progress, and notwithstanding the huge challenges and the length of time that it's taken. As members have said, there has been a lot of development in this area in recent years, which has caused more rapid surface water runoff when compared to previously, which in times of heavy rain will overwhelm the drainage system. So DFI Roads has recently completed an investigation of the existing road drainage infrastructure, including jetting of pipes, cleaning of gullies, and we have identified several locations that require further consideration, and a programme of works is currently being developed to complete the necessary repairs to address those issues. Likewise, at the Kilkeel Road in Hilltown, a section of the road collapsed following the flooding of 2023, and there have been traffic controls in place since. However, again, given the complexity of the location and steepness of the adjacent land, necessitated detailed design and ground investigation works, which I am pleased to say is now complete, and can also confirm that landowner agreement is in place. A works instruction has been issued, and we await the programme from the contractors. Hope that works will commence on site early next month, with an expected time frame of 6 weeks for completion. So I think I just want to give members confidence that these issues aren't unheard. They do take time, but I think even when you look at the long list of various areas where there are problems, and that have seemed to have accumulated even in quite a short time frame, there is a lot of work to do. But I want to thank all members here, and for those points that maybe I haven't got back to, there has been a lot discussed this afternoon. Happy to engage at any point with those going forward. It is certainly my intention that I keep members and the community updated, because I understand just how important this is, and I will continue to work with my officials, with other MLAs, and indeed my executive colleagues, so that we can secure the investment needed and actually deliver the solutions that are needed to give people out there the reassurance and confidence that they will be protected going forward. So I want to thank everyone, particularly Diane Forsyth, for bringing forward this debate and for the tone of the debate this evening.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Minister, and thank you for taking the opportunity to answer all the questions of the members. Members, the Assembly is now adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.